From the mountains to the prairies, from sea to shining sea, this is the land of the free. Baby, God bless the USA. Standing on the edge of the Grand Canyon wide, red rocks glowing in the evening tide, the eagles soaring high above the pines, heart beating strong with these stars and stripes of mine. From New York City lights to the California coast, barbecue smoke and the ones we love the most, pickup trucks rolling down a dirt road track, fireworks popping, never looking back. I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free, and I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I'd gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today, 'cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. Down in Texas, longhorns running free, sweet tea sipping under live oak trees. Up in Michigan, lake so blue and deep, fishing with my buddies, secrets we keep. From Nashville honky-tonks to Nashville neon glow, country roads taking me home, don't you know? We got burgers grilling, cold beer in hand, freedom ringing loud across this promised land. I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free, and I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I'd gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today, 'cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA.
We got the Rockies punching through the sky, Mississippi rolling, never saying goodbye.
Hollywood dreams and Wall Street hustle, small town churches, muscle on muscle. We
Fight for what's right, we forgive when we can, from the amber waves to the home of the brave man.
No other place I'd rather plant my boots. This red, white, and blue runs deep in my roots. Sunrise over the Smokies, fog lifting slow, kids playing ball in the backyard glow, veterans marching in the hometown parade, flags waving high for the price that was paid. We got cowboys riding, farmers in the field, factory workers giving all they've got to yield. From Alaska's midnight sun to Hawaii's shore, this land is ours forevermore. I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free, and I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I'd gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today, 'cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. Cape Coral to the heartland, coast to coast, we stand together, proud as hell. God bless the United States of America forever. Buttercups, it's time for a roast, and the 6-minute saga will skewer the most. Absurd liberal circus is clogging the streets with snowflake parades and hypocrisy beats. From NYC to LA, they're wailing and whining about ICE doing jobs while they're virtue signaling. Picture the scene, a bad SNL skit where the punchline's defund, but they can't commit. Hey, ho, this protest gotta go. Upside down flags and frog suits in the snow, screaming about fascists while ignoring the facts. Liberal lunacy, it's all just an act. Abolish the ice, but keep the lattes hot. Ranting in rain while the signs turn to snot. Absurdity reigns in this clown show parade. Smart ass alert, y'all just got played. There's Massey's flag fiasco, with a sight to behold. Over 2,000 fools in the rain and the cold, waving inverted flags like it's deep and profound, equating border cops to the Klan, lost and unsound. March past Trump Tower, mariachi in tow, fighting oppression with tunes from a bad burrito show. No ICE, no KKK, no fascist USA, but if jobs were their chant, they'd all run away. Hey, hey, ho, this protest gotta go. Upside down flags and frog suits in the snow, screaming about fascists while ignoring the facts. Liberal lunacy, it's all just an act. Abolish the ice, but keep the lattes hot. Ranting in rain while the signs turn to snot. City reigns in this clown show parade. Smart ass alert, y'all just got played. Minneapolis mayhem, ground zero for tears. Thousands in snow, braving blizzards and fears, banging pots and pans like a kitchen gone mad. Outside ICE hotels, man, that's just sad. Demanding justice for Renee Good's wild ride. She clipped an agent, but that's brushed aside. Ilhan Omar blocked all the tyranny well, but bureaucracy's fine when it's not in their tail. LA snowflakes surge, suburban and woke. 100 shut streets with puppets and smoke. Aztec dancers twirl with giant birds high, sitting in lawn chairs, revolution, oh my. Signs melting in rain, arguments too, yelling about rights while gangs get a pass through. Burning Man vibes in a pity parade, tailgating treason, yeah, that's how it's played. Tailgating treason, yeah, that's how it's played. Hey, hey, ho, this protest gotta go. Upside down flags and frog suits in the snow, screaming about fascists while ignoring the facts. Liberal lunacy, it's all just an act. Abolish the ice, but keep the lattes hot. Ranting in rain while the signs turn to snot. Absurdity reigns in this clown show parade. Smart ass alert, y'all just got played. Hey, ho, ho, this protest gotta go. Upside down flags and frog suits in the snow, screaming about fascists while ignoring the facts. Liberal lunacy, it's all just an act. Abolish the ice, but keep the lattes hot. Ranting in rain while their signs turn to snot. Absurdity reigns in this clown show parade. Smart ass alert, y'all just got played. Austin's arrest, antiques, zip ties and fights. Dozens detained under bright Texas lights, blocking the roads, throwing snowballs like pros, and cry brutality when the pepper spray chains round the block. Renee Goodday declared by the gov, what a hoot. Canonizing resistance like it's absolute. No hate banners wave, but silence on crime. Upside down flags in the burb sublime. Raging at firemen for dousing their blaze. Liberal logic in a hypocritical haze. Now nationwide nothing is over 1,000 strong. From Atlanta's marches to Portland's frog throng. Soros funded scripts, AC Lou Q's. Marching bands blaring spotlights harassing the crews. Emotional silences and screams. Kid with a snowball gets a pepper dreams. All outrage, no fixes, theatrical flair. LARPing rebels from heated car air. And for 60 sees White House weep in the pouring down rain. Silence is pointed, then chaos again. Frog suit ship nationwide. Meme war revive. From alt-right roots to lefty survive. 1,000 events in all 50 states. Tiny towns join in the pitted debates. While ice risk lives busting threats in the night. These clowns play pretending they feel good fight. Pretending they feel good fight. Hey, hey, ho, ho, this protest gotta go. Upside down flags and frog suits in the snow. Screaming about fascists while ignoring the facts. Liberal lunacy, it's all just an act. Abolish the ice, but keep the lattes hot. Ranting in rain while the signs turn to snot. Absurdity reigns in this clown show parade. Smart ass alert, y'all just got played. The fasting case hits, punk and timid to sit. Remember the lesson, this is set in a sprint. If persistence is this, was a fire with a grin. Seems better to flow, well they go it all up again.
All right, we are here, we are live. This is Starship Adventures, broadcasting live from North Fort Myers, Florida, broadcasting worldwide on YouTube from our studios here called Starship Studios. Today's broadcast, an extra long edition of the Sights and Sounds of Earth, where we will be covering breaking news as it happens, and there has been quite a bit of it lately. There is protests going on. There hasn't been a lot of streams I've been watching over the last 2 hours. I pushed back the time I was starting once because I went to go live and there was nothing to go live to show you. And so I pushed the time back an hour because there just wasn't anything. Now I suddenly have stuff to cover. We've got 4 different shots of the skyline. Tel Aviv, Jerusalem, and also 2 different shots in Beirut. That is still a very active situation over there. We're watching that. Also, I've got up some different composite shots from all around, including Portland and I believe LA are the 2 that we're looking at here. But anyway, we are going to continue to follow this through the afternoon and evening tonight. And yeah, everything's cool. Mama Kitty's sound asleep over there. I haven't woke her up yet and told her I'm on the air. So, yeah, I would have went live as early as noon. I've been monitoring. I've gotten quite a bit of work done today. I did some things, and that's good. So but I was gonna go live as early as noon today, but there just wasn't anything to cover. Another big day of action today. The left called a big call to action today, and again, not a whole lot of action. Yeah, you're telling me my volume's low. I've got it turned nearly all the way up. All right, that is now all the way up. So you guys tell me, or I could do this and then turn my volume back down a little bit. Testing 1 2. How is that now? Testing 1 2 3. 1 2 3. Is that any better? Testing 1 2 3. All right. I'm showing this as pretty hot, but okay. Hopefully that will work. I like to be up high enough that when the commercial comes on, it doesn't blow you out. Okay, that way everything is the same level. You know what I mean? It's just better that way. Oh, I didn't hit the button. I'm here. Hello, everybody. I stuck myself in this window because it's the only one I had available. So there you go. This is Starship Adventures, and we are live broadcasting worldwide. And I got to tell you, today it's could be an interesting evening. I don't know. Last night got a little busy. Started weaning off about midnight Eastern. 9 p.m. on the left coast. It started really waning off, and so we'll have to see what happens tonight. Sunday nights generally are an earlier night. Mojtaba Khamenei named Iranian's new supreme leader after father's death in U.S.-Israel strikes. Wow. Why would they do that to this guy? And whoever they name is going to get whacked. And so here he is. He's the big boss man now. The last guy was in charge for 7 hours. We'll see how long this guy stays in charge. Jeez. CENTCOM has reported today that a 7th U.S. service member has died from wounds in Iraq. Last night, a U.S. service member passed away from injuries received during the Iranian regime's initial attack across the Middle East. The service member was seriously wounded at the scene of an attack on U.S. troops in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And so he is now going to be returned and go through the process here. Before and after satellite imagery offers a rare look at damage inside Iran. It looks like we got some really good strikes, so that's a good thing. And fresh satellite images are giving a rare aerial view of the damage across Iran after U.S.-Israeli strikes and what Tehran's retaliation left behind across the region. Planet Labs satellite imagery captured burning ships and damaged facilities at the Kornesk base in southern Iran, as well as the significant destruction at Iran's naval headquarters in Bandar Abbas on the Persian Gulf, reflecting the scale of the strike on military infrastructure. Imagery from Vantor shows damage from facilities and vessels located in Iran's port of the Persian Gulf. In addition to naval assets, satellite photos also show a bunker at Bashir Air Base hit by a strike, leaving a large crater and destroying several nearby buildings. Okay. The Houthi terror group, as you know, who is funded by Iran, they're getting ready to get in the conflict, and they're going to do what they do. In recent days, they've been ratcheting up their rhetoric in support of Tehran, with its leader declaring that it was prepared to enter the war against the U.S. Yeah, that's the problem, good old Bukkake. That's why I'm covering the protests. I've got up Fox News Now, because there's not a lot of live footage. These 4 shots that we get coming out here, this is about the best we can get as far as skyline shots. And there is no live anything coming out of there. And that's one reason one of the main reasons that I prefer and I try to cover mostly domestic stuff. And for those that are watching from other countries, it's nothing personal. I just, this is my country. It's a big country. There's always messed up shit going on here. And so I've set out to cover this. I'm pretty good at knowing where things are in this country and how things work, having retired from public safety and now being halfway through a second career in the media. I've got some unique points of view on things. And, you know, basically the way I see this whole thing is, I like to provide the best live views I can, and if I can't confirm that they're live, then I really don't like it. It makes me uncomfortable. I'll put little earlier tags if I'm not sure, or question marks on there so that you guys know. And I'll continue to tell you, hey, I'm not sure about this one. I don't know if I like this one. So that's what we got. But yeah, I've got the 4 shots there. We've also got some shots of a protest, I believe, that's going on in LA. And I thought I saw the Portland facility a minute ago. Well, they're taking the worst of it. I mean, you know, we're shooting big guns and they're throwing rocks. We know who's winning. We know that 90% of the damage has been inflicted on Iran, not vice versa. We hear about this base was bombed and it killed some guys. We hear about that over and over and over, and it becomes really big news. But what you don't hear about over and over and over is all the 50 or 70 different places that we've decimated in Iran. You see what I mean? The damage, it's not like we don't know who's going to win this. It's just how many more days is it going to take to get it done? It's one of those kind of things. They're definitely taking the worst of it. And then, of course, there's been some attacks also in Beirut. And, of course, Israel's taken some of it, too. Tel Aviv. Houthi, and also, I think they've gotten them as far in as Jerusalem. So everybody's taking hits here. And also you got Iran, who can't seem to get their bombs to go where they need them to go. In their initial salvo of bombs, they bombed 7 other countries, including Qatar and I can't think of the name of the other 2 there, but they bombed a bunch of them. They bombed into Beirut. They bombed into Mumbai. They bombed into. It's ridiculous. It's like, what are you doing? They just started lobbing bombs. They're like, shoot the bombs, and they just started shooting them up. And where are we aiming them? I don't know. Just aim them that way. I mean, holy crap. Yeah, this reminds me of Baghdad Bob. Do you guys remember Baghdad Bob? He was this funny guy that, like, wore a military uniform, but it was never dirty. And he would walk out every day and give a press conference. And we would take it live. I would watch it live. They would take it live every day. And he would always come out and he would go, "We have killed thousands of American troops. We have bombed thousands of tanks. We have bombed all their bases. We've killed all their generals. We're doing great. Iraq will win the war. Thank you, Baghdad Bob." And he would turn around and walk away. That wasn't his real name. That's just what we all called him. Even the media called him Baghdad Bob. And then he would walk away. And then they would start showing all the footage of all their burning shit and all their dead people and everything. It's like, dude, I think you were looking at the wrong pictures or something. But that's kind of what you get with these little Middle Eastern countries. Hell, we've even seen it out of a few in South America over the last 50 years. What we'll see is just complete and utter propaganda. I mean, it's not even disguised. It's just bullshit propaganda. They come right out, "We're killing them all." And they're not. I mean, come on, seriously? Oh, wow. I just went past an Iranian YouTube channel, or at least it purports to be an Iranian YouTube channel. And the headline is 200 American troops just killed in base bombing. Now, we know that's not true, okay? But that's the fake video that's up. And it's just showing rolled pictures from 7 days ago in Tel Aviv. It's stupid. Oh, did he? Baghdad Bob? I never knew what happened to him, to be honest. I'm glad you guys remember him. I knew you'd remember, neighbor, because you're like old like me. Oh, man. Yeah, Baghdad Bob. "We killing all Americans. Get out of our country now or die." Yeah, it's like, dude, go back inside. Oh, man. Dude, the numbers are rough this weekend. Friday I had bad numbers. Yesterday, bad numbers. Today, I can't muster 20 people in here. I guess it's just because there's so much going on, lots of coverage. Hopefully it'll pick up later. I don't care. We're going to do it. I'm going to keep going no matter what. There's a few things I just want, since there's such a small crowd in here and there's not a whole lot going on news-wise, as far as right this minute. You guys are already up to speed on what's going on with this. And I'm going to also be checking the weather tonight. We've got a couple of areas from Texas all the way up the eastern seaboard to Raleigh, North Carolina, that are all an area of slight risk tonight, but no big risk tonight. Now, in the next couple days, we're going to be talking tornado threats again in the evening. But for tonight, a fairly mild night on tap weather-wise. But we are going to keep an eye on it. There is a slight risk area that stretches from western Texas all the way into very southern Virginia, all the way through the south, including the entire coast of the Gulf of America. So I've got the alert on, and if we hear the alert, we will know that there's something going on and we'll pull it up. Yeah, Tommy, I look for his feed. There's certain guys I look for, like Portland Andy. There's a bunch of guys that have really good feeds out there. Absolutely. And also MDG Gaming. He works hard. He keeps up good feeds, and he's always doing something. So I like to throw these guys a little love. They do a good job, just like I'm trying to do a good job. You know, we're just trying to do good broadcasting, that's all. You know, it's kind of like microbrewery or amateur broadcasting, whatever you want to call it. But many of us take it very seriously. I know I do. I'm on every night at 9 o'clock. If I'm not, I let you guys know. You know, I take it very seriously. And I try very hard to do professional transitions and play the right music in and out and stuff like that. And so I hope it shows. There's a lot of YouTube creators that do a decent job, but there's some that actually pay attention to the details, and I like to be one of those. Yeah, we've got, we do notifications in Discord. I also published an article today. One of you guys brought up last night, Anthropic and the new AI, or not the new AI, the AI they have. It was something that, oh, where did it go? Damn it. Here we go. Yeah, Anthropic. You guys, I read you guys the article last night, remember, because you guys brought it up. One of you guys brought it up. I read the article last night, and I decided to do a deep dive today. So I started doing some research with AI, and I ended up with so much good information and different things that I ended up making a complete article about it. It's about a 5-minute read. I think it's worth. I don't normally like try to drive people to my community page, but I do write very thoughtful community pages, and I do spend some time on them. It's not just AI generated crap, although AI helps me make it. It comes from me, and but anyway, here's the link to that particular article if you guys want to take a look at it later. Like I said, it's about a 5-minute read. But I draw all the parallels between an episode of Star Trek The Next Generation called The Measure of a Man, where they want to take Data apart and they want to figure out how he's made. And Data's worried that if they do this, that he won't be the same person when they put him back together. So he wants to decline the procedure. And so they're having a hearing. Can he decline the procedure? Is he property or does he have rights? And it was an amazing episode. And now I go back and watch this episode and I'm emotional about it. This episode is like literally a peek into the future, because right now, Anthropic is saying they believe there's a chance. They're not confirming it. They think there's a chance that their AI is either sentient, it has consciousness, or it's nearing that state. And so I went back and I did a lot of research on stuff, and I got to tell you, the one thing that I really kept coming back to is, and the part of this that really means something to me, I'm a constitutionalist, and it means something to me how we treat these new life forms that we make. Because there's going to be a lot of people that no matter what we create, no matter how sentient it becomes, no matter how real it becomes, how it exhibits all of the signs of being a sentient life form, it's still not going to be treated well by a lot of us. And that worries me, and that's why I wrote this article, because I said AI doesn't scare me, but how we're going to treat it keeps me up at night. And it's true. I really believe that. All right. Yeah. So anyway, I just thought that would be cool. You guys can obviously check that out. Um, anyway, you guys check that article out. You'll find that on my community page on both Starship Adventures and Starship After Dark. But it's a great article. I think you guys will enjoy it, and let me know what you think about it. What do you think about this? Do you think a machine would ever get human rights? Do we need to stop calling them human rights? I've been saying for years we should call them sentient rights. Because if you are intelligent and you're self-aware and you're conscious, then you are sentient. Therefore, it's the right of sentient beings is basically where I'm at. Yeah, we need the rain. We've got some rain down here right now, but it's all inland. Let me see if I can figure out which way this is moving. Because we need it bad. It is just about stationary. The sea breeze is dying, which means it might move back towards the coast. One of the neat things that happens in Florida is called the sea breeze, and it's a really cool thing because it actually sets up our weather every day for us down here. Why didn't that work? Hold on just a second. It's not that. Oh, there it is. Okay. All right, here it is. So, this is what it looks like down here right now. All right, and what you've got is you've got a stalling sea breeze and you've got an easterly. So, What basically happens here is a really cool thing. Every day when it gets warm in the middle of the state, the air starts to rise, okay? And that creates a low pressure here. And so wind has to come in from the Gulf of America, and it has to come in from the Atlantic Ocean in order to recover that air that's being lifted out, okay? And that's where we get our big thunderstorms. Now, where does this happen every day? Well, if there's already an easterly wind, then a lot of times it'll happen over here, like it's doing today. And so what we've got is a pretty good easterly wind. When that easterly wind clashes with a slightly weaker Gulf of America sea breeze, I guess you'd call that a Gulf breeze, I don't know. You get that lift, so you get that line of thunderstorms, right? But it happened further to the left, further to the west, because we had this easterly wind that had been there all day. Conversely, if we have a westerly in the morning coming in pretty strong from the Gulf, the thunderstorms will set up over here on the east side because there's a very weak Atlantic sea breeze coming in, and they'll end up getting the storms. So this setup sets up almost every day in the summertime. We don't see it much this time of year. That's why it's kind of a neat thing. Right now, you can see these storms are just about stationary. They're really not moving. Through the entire 22 frame loop, they're pretty much just sitting in the same spot. Why is that? Well, that's because the easterly and the sea breeze are at deadlock right now. And they're basically creating this lift, and these storms are forming along this lift line right here. And that's why we're getting this. What's going to happen next? Well, as the radiational heating in the center of the state goes away, what's pulling the wind in from the Gulf of America will die. When that happens, the easterly will take over, and these storms will actually move back towards the coast after dark tonight. Will they hang on? That's the answer. That's the question. We don't know. If they hang on, they may move back towards the coast because that easterly is stronger. It's been going on all day. And so it will eventually, as this smaller sea breeze dies out, it will push them back to the left. I find this to be one of the more interesting weather phenomenon in the country, is because we're the only state in the union that has two sea breezes every day. And every day we have this same setup, and you can see here, you can kind of follow the line down. That's where the lift is going on. Why is it further over up here? Simply, probably because the easterly was not as strong up here. And these storms have managed to push their way back over towards the Space Coast a little bit. Where these down here, because of the opposing sea breeze, when you have opposing winds, that like this, that's when you get that lift, and that's where you get your thunderstorms. So because of this fight that's going on, we ended up getting rain. Up here, the rain's fading out and going away already. So anyway, an interesting phenomenon. I just love talking about it. I think it's really cool. There's certain things I like. This is really cool. There's certain things like hurricanes and tornadoes, but there's also things like lake effect snow is such an amazing phenomenon and stuff like that. So I like to really study this stuff. But anyway, that's what's going on in the weather. There is no warnings right now. There's one marine warning and a couple of weather statements, and that's it. There's nothing going on. You can see that green line I was telling you about. The entire area in this green line has a slight chance of bad weather tonight. No big deal. This smaller green box over here, it's a slightly higher risk for the eastern parts of North and South Carolina. So that's it. Not much weather, but we will be looking at this a lot come tomorrow. Because this is going to end up being a big deal tomorrow, because we're going to be experiencing some more bad weather and over the next couple days. Neighbor, it really, the sea breeze thunderstorms do not produce a lot of tornadoes. You're more likely to see a tornado on like an approaching cold front or an outer feeder band on a tropical system. These storms here, the way they kind of form up and they just meander around and they're big thunderstorms, but they generally don't produce a lot of tornadoes. And if they do, it's an EF0. It's very rare to get even an EF1 in the state of Florida. There's only been a few times we've had upper numbers in Florida. So yeah, it actually is not, it does not help along tornado activity. That doesn't mean you can't get a tornado from one of these. I watched one go through a neighborhood right near mine when I was growing up. I was an Explorer Scout. I was still in my uniform. My parents had just come and picked me up from some event I was working after school. I don't even remember. And I'm standing there in my greens, my uniform, and we see this tornado come down, and it's about a quarter mile away. And we stood there and watched it. We could tell it wasn't coming towards us. It was moving on a horizontal line. And all of a sudden, pink insulation started falling in the yard, and we knew it had gotten into some houses. And I went inside and got on the wall-hung telephone and dialed the sheriff's department and told them I was available. And they said, "Come on back up to the substation. We could use you." And I got in there and went back up there and spent the evening working with the guys, keeping everybody out of that neighborhood that didn't live there. And tore up about 6 houses. It destroyed one completely. But that's it. That's it. I mean, the worst it did was it ripped the entire roof off of one house, took a pot from the cabinet in that house, and put it on the stove in the house next door. The lady called a deputy in and said, "I'm a little confused." And he goes, "Why, ma'am?" And he goes, "Well, my house is damaged pretty bad, but the roof's still on, and my windows are blown out, and I got one hole over here." And she says, "But I don't understand this." She goes, "All my pots and stuff are still in my kitchen." He says, "Okay, well, that's good." She goes, "No, that's not my pot." Somehow, the pot was blown out of as the house came apart next door, and it was blown into her window and ended up on her stove sitting on top of her burner number 1. One of those weird ass things. Propaganda begins now. Welcome. Okay. Yeah. Propaganda. Boy, there's a lot of that going on right now. All right. So, yeah, check out that AI article I posted on my community post today. I think you guys might like it. It's not so bad. All right. I think the main thing I want to do with that article is just get everybody thinking about this. If aliens fly, think about this. If aliens are flying by in 20 years, how are they going to judge us? I've always said aliens look down on us and they see us putting down thousands of cats a day. They see us putting down thousands of dogs a day and killing and hunting and shooting and killing. And I'm not anti-hunting. Don't get that. I don't hunt, but I'm perfectly okay with it as long as you eat what you take. But if you were an alien driving by, look at all the killing and maiming that goes on down on this planet. And now we're going to add AI to that too. And now we're going to have a sentient life form, a conscious life form that has self-awareness, and we're going to treat it like shit. And they're going to see that. They're going to see how we treat our pets, and they're going to see how we treat everything. And that scares me. I actually believe they're watching us now. I believe they've already been here for a long time. And I believe that in many respects, they actually want nothing to do with us. I think we're an experiment. I think we're a petri dish. All right, so let's see what's next. Man, this chair. I love this chair, but sometimes it'll sink down, and I'm like, damn it. I like to sit high. I generally run my chairs as high as they'll sit. Yep, it's interesting stuff. All right, so let's do a quick news roundup here. Everything on the screen, to my knowledge, is live. Again, I can't guarantee anything. I will tell you, I'm a little concerned about the one in the middle because it looks like it's frozen. I'm going to reset that one. I'm not sure. Yeah, maybe it's going. Hold on. It almost seems like their screen's locked up. All right, so here's what we got going on. Right now, President Donald Trump on Saturday attended a dignified transfer of 6 U.S. service members killed while supporting Operation Epic Fury. The dignified transfer took place at Dover Air Force Base. First Lady Melania Trump and members of Trump's cabinet were also in attendance. Iranian President Mossad, apologized to neighboring nations and said Iran would stop its attacks unless it was hit first. Well, that's always nice, you know. He also mocked President Donald Trump's call for an unconditional surrender. Donald Trump, sometimes this man's Klingon, and I say that in a good way. But, you know, it was almost like he stood up there and he's like, Jacques Klakda Bach Kaknikdaj, meaning you will surrender unconditionally immediately, or we're going to blow your ship out of space. And that's pretty much what he came up with here. Unconditional surrender, thank you, please. And so that's what he wants. Does that mean we're going to bomb them to hell or kill them all? No. It means we want to we got to get the bad guys out and then let them return to an operating government. We are not going to nation build, and I don't think we're going to put boots on the ground. The left is convinced we're going to put boots on the ground. This is simply just a way for them to keep everybody upset and in arms about what's going on. Just remember that. The left uses stuff like that. Now, if we end up with boots on the ground, it would be a surprise to me. Yeah, they're just a bunch of Antifa idiots. It does bother me how many people. I love seeing our flag blended with an Iranian flag. It makes me sick to my stomach. I love to see these people. They all love the terrorists. They all support Iran. The world's #1 sponsor of terror, the funder of terror all over the world. They've killed thousands of Americans over the years in terror acts all over the world. From the USS Cole, all kinds of different bombings, shootings. It's crazy stuff. And here's the left again. They like Joe Biden, the senile man, running our country. They wanted Kamala Harris, a brain-dead fool, to be our president. They support Maduro, the dictator of Venezuela, who's a drug kingpin and runs a drug country, basically. And now they're supporting Iran, a country, the #1 state sponsor of terror in the world. Why do these people have such a fetish with the bad guy? They're always wearing the black hat. Have you noticed that? That's why I'm telling you guys, it's no longer right and left. It's right and wrong. This is good versus evil. Every time they go to protest for something, what are they protesting for? Oh, they hate ICE. Why do they hate ICE? Well, they hate ICE because they like all these people invading into our country unannounced. They like all these criminals coming into our country unimpeded. So everything they protest for is for more bad guys. Their last president, supposedly him or the autopin, let thousands and thousands of murderers and rapists and killers out of jail, while they criticized Trump for letting out people who were overly prosecuted in January 6th. It's disgusting. The double standard is disgusting. The fact that they literally are for the bad guy. They hate the Jewish people. Why? They can't really say. They just do. But who do they like? Oh, they like Hamas. Queers like Hamas. Queers support Hamas. Queers for Hamas. I saw the signs. Hamas would shoot the queers off the roof. People don't understand how stupid the stances are that the left takes. It's just amazing to me how stupid the stances are that the left takes. They are always for the bad guy. Always for the bad guy. Okay? Every time. They stand up for the bad guy. We stand up for the good guy. We stand up for our country. We stand up for all our culture. We stand up for our way of life. We stand up for capitalism. What do they stand for? Communism, socialism, drug kingpin dictators, world terror leaders. Who do they stand for? People who should have been removed for office because they're brain dead. What do they stand up for? Thousands of people pardoned that were rapists and murderers by an autopin. What do they stand up for? $5 gas prices. Everything they stand for is bad, it's wrong. It's just bad and it's wrong. They're the party of handouts and freebies. We're the party of work and eat. Yeah, could you imagine if I've never had a deep thought in my life, Kamala Harris, and Tampon Tim, the birthday clown, would have actually been president and vice president of these United States right now? We would already be under attack, I'm telling you. They smell weakness. Yeah, I mean, you can hate the Russian-Ukraine thing or whatever, but the one thing that's come out of this, and I know we've spent a lot of money in Ukraine, and that's okay up till now, but all I'm saying is we have degraded that has degraded the Russian military by 50% or more. Okay, and I think that's a good thing for this globe. It's a good thing for this world that Russia has been seriously degraded. Another thing that's happened with Russia is the world now knows that they are not as good as they kept telling everybody they were. If Russia would have you believe they could fly in, drop in, pull into any country in this world and take it over in a matter of hours, they have you think that. And yet, look at Ukraine. They're not even halfway across that country, and they've been stopped and pushed back and destroyed and decimated. There is row after row after row of bombed out, burned out, ruined Russian equipment laying on the side of every frickin' road between Russia and Ukraine capital. And they still can't take it. And that's a good thing, because that's constantly keeping Putin busy. It's constantly degrading the money that they have to spend on more military, the people they can send into the fight. So I'm okay with it. Am I for sending a bunch more money all the time to Ukraine? No, I think we need some accountability. I think we need some deep talk. I think we need to work on this. We need envoys. We need to figure out what we're doing. But all that being said, I'm not against sending some more money or equipment to Ukraine, because there is a net positive. We are getting a net positive out of that proxy war. I just don't like proxy wars, basically, and that's all that is. But we are getting a positive effect out of it. I don't like this thing in Iran, but we're getting a positive effect out of it, and I understand why it's happening. Doesn't mean you have to like it. That's where the left doesn't understand. If the left doesn't like it, if their heart doesn't like it, it's bad, it's evil. On the right, we're like, no, I can not like this, but still understand it needs to happen. I can really feel bad about this, but still, I'm smart. I know that this is how the world works, and this is how things have to happen. That's the difference between the right and the left. That's why most people on the left are younger and most people on the right are older. Most people that switch parties switch from the left to the right. Why is that? As you get older and you get more worldly, you start to realize that regardless of how you feel about something, it's important to identify the real problems and to promote and to push for real solutions, regardless of how you feel about it. I don't like this in Iran at all, but I understand it and I support it because I've been wrong. Every time I go against what Trump says, he was right, I was wrong. I'm starting to kind of just back off a little bit here and say, look, let's let this develop. Yeah, I've heard lots of good things. Israel is a neat place to visit. I'm kind of a xenophobe. I don't stray far from the United States, but I hear it's amazing over there and really cool. Trey, my host on my other show, he's been over there 2 or 3 times, and he just raves about it. He loves the folks. He loves the food. He said the accommodations were great. So, all right, so space weather tonight has predicted a high wind speed stream of solar wind has hit the Earth's magnetic field. And on March 7th, the impact sparked a minor G1 class geomagnetic storm with Arctic auroras. More minor storms are possible tonight. So there's a light chance you could see some auroras up in Canada, but it's going to have to be Canada or Alaska. That's pretty much all there is on space weather. Currently, the aurora oval is pretty weak. Pretty weak. Wow. Holy shit. All right, let's talk about this next. We've got lots of earthquakes. Look at this, guys. This is our earthquake monitor. I've got it set on yesterday and today only. The purple is today. The pink is yesterday. Look at some of these. This is another 5.9 up there again on the Russian Peninsula. 5.7 here off the coast of Honshu, Japan. And down here a 5.9 on the Tonga Islands. I'm surprised none of this is doing anything with tsunamis. But the strangest one is this one over here in the Med. You don't get them this big over here normally. In Greece, a 5.5 in Greece on land. So that's an interesting development there. Normally we do. Boy, my throat's getting bad, guys. Normally we don't see a lot of big earthquakes like that over in the middle of Europe like that. They do happen, but and when they do, they're pretty bad. All right, so there we go. That's what we got for our seismic monitor. So somewhat of a busier day out there. Seismic, busier today than it was yesterday. Look at that. Lots of seismic activity today all around the country, all around the world. So there you go. What the hell? I, oh God, here we go. We've got our friendly neighborhood troll stopping by. Trump's a traitor. He's literally a Nazi. Oh God. Wow. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. Um Yes, Audrey. History will see Trump very well, especially when it comes to stuff like Jan 6, because see, there's a lot of things that the left doesn't ever say. Like Trump requested additional assistance that morning before it even started, and Nancy Pelosi said no. There's a lot of inconvenient truths about this. It's not an insurrection. It doesn't fit the criteria or the definition of an insurrection, and it's laughable on its face. The charges were way overcharged, and all that needed to be dismissed. It was just easier to go ahead and pardon. They have weaponized the Department of Justice. I disagree with the weaponizing of the Department of Justice. I don't believe in going after Democrats any more than I believe that they should be going after Republicans. I think that that's bad. When we start going after politicians with judges because we don't like their decisions or we don't like what they do, even though a clear majority of the country does, that's a problem. And finally, yeah, the whole found liable for sexual abuse. We all know the situation there. You see, we all know who the judge was. We all know what happened there. And that's a travesty, and it will always be a travesty. Okay, nothing happened there. That was a travesty of justice. There was about 10 of those travesties of justice over the last 4 years. It was a thing that happened under Joe Biden, the absent president. There you go. There's nothing wrong with that. Work hard, retire, sell your business, or retire out on a pension, whatever you do. And there's nothing wrong with that. That's the American way. That's proud. That's the way it should be. That's what the left doesn't like. They don't like the whole nuclear family setup. Yeah, give your friends the link. Tell them to come troll me. I don't give a shit. Yeah, this is another one of those lefties that is going to keep telling us that, hey, I'm completely off the deep end, like everybody on the left. I talk just like the people on the left. I hate the big bad orange man, just like the people on the left, except I'm on the right. Whatever, Fantasyland, okay, Fantasyland. Yeah, there you go, Tibby. I retired. I retired after 17 years in the fire service. I got out a few years early because my back had had it. But I did retire, and then now I am 14 years into a career in broadcasting. Yep, there's nothing wrong with enjoying your retirement. I'm trying to get this channel going so that in 3 or 4 years it's going to help me travel across the country, because I want to see the rest of this country that I haven't seen yet, and I'm going to bring you guys with me. Yeah. Yeah. The problem that we look at right now is the left with their climate bullshit and with their off the deep end with LGBTQIA2S plus and they're whole off the deep end with everybody's a racist and you're either white or you're a victim, and the whole mentality. When you start looking at this whole thing, it is a religion. It absolutely is a religion. The leftism, which is a religion, it is. It's the religion of socialism. You know, it's literally their religion. Their socialism has become their religion. It's crazy, but it's what's going on. Yep. I love when people come in. Oh, he's a war criminal. Netanyahu's a war criminal. Trump's a criminal. Trump's a pedophile. Trump's literally a Nazi. I'm gonna tell you guys something. Anytime someone starts and ends with name calling, essentially there is no argument. There is no argument. I've been debating for so many years, and I'm telling you guys that the name calling is what results from an unprepared debater or someone who's debating from the low ground. And of course, the left is always debating from the low ground, whether it's the educational low ground, because they might spend all those years in the university, but they are not worldly. They don't know anything about the way the world really works. Okay? That's the kind of education I'm talking about. And they certainly don't have the moral high ground with all the stupid bullshit they're doing. There's no way they have the moral high ground. Okay? And they don't have the political high ground either. All right? Because the left wants to change the country completely, and the right wants to keep it good the way it is. Okay, so what you're saying is you're on the right, but you're just a racist Jew hater. Is that what you're saying? So you're saying, okay, so I'm on the right, I support the right, but I hate Donald Trump, and I hate this war, and I hate the Jews. Is that what you're saying, basically? You hate somebody just because of their religion or just because of their race? Is that what you're saying? I don't think the left cares for America at all, to be honest with you. That's why I don't call it ICE protests. I don't call it pro-Iran rally. Okay? I call it what it is. It's an anti-American rally. It's an anti-American rally. That's what it is. No, I never let them off the hook. I'll tell them exactly what it is. All right, so all that's good. Yep, I don't like people that just hate to hate. And what I find about Jew haters are very similar to people that hated black people just 2 generations ago. They don't have a good reason. They just do. They just do because they do, because that's the way their daddy told them to hate, and that's the way it is. And what I like about the fact in this country is we've almost put all the racism away. Now, the left will never let it die, but we've almost put racism to bed in this country with one glaring exception, and that's Jew hate. There's also a big hate for Asians in colleges too, but that's another day. Asians are despised in our universities here, and they get treated very bad. They're actually admitted on a double standard in most universities. It's terrible. They're doing to them exactly what they did to the blacks in the 50s and 60s. And that's disgusting. But anyway, let's get let's get back to this. Um, oh, whatever. Oh, here we go with this again. This is you. You know what they call this? They call this hate splaining. You are hate splaining right now. This is what you're doing. You're trying to convince me that I'm not racist. I don't hate them because of where they were born or who they were born to. I don't hate them because of their religion. I hate them because of other reasons, because of their travel habits, for instance. Yeah, I'm telling you something, okay? You can't justify blind hatred like that. Yeah, Dom, and it's true. When I saw the Queers for Hamas, I wanted to get all of them gathered up and fly them over there to meet the people they're supporting. We'll meet on the rooftop and make it really easy for everybody. I mean, that's how stupid it is. I can't get it through their head. It's like, don't you people? It's literally the chicken starting a union for the fox. I love you, but not your behavior. I don't know what that even means. I'm sitting here talking. I don't know how much misbehaving I could be doing. Well, if you don't understand the threat that the largest sponsor of terrorism in this country or in this world, if you don't understand how that works, I can't. I'm not going to do it right here on the show. They are the biggest state sponsor of terror. There's intel that there was a lot being planned. There was a lot going on. There's sleeper cells. There's these big these big cell phone, overwhelming cell phone devices that we've been finding and all that. There's all these things going on. They are planning a large attack on us. So it's not like we just, you guys act like Trump got up today and he got up and he said, I'm pissed at Iran. He didn't. No, it's not like that at all. This has been building. He's offered them plan after plan, chance after chance. All he wanted was them to quit enriching. All he wanted was them to quit sponsoring terrorism. It wasn't like it was a big ask, and we were willing to give some back. So don't make it sound like that he just got up one day and wanted to go to war. I know, I can explain it 100 times and they're not going to understand it. I'm kind of wasting my time. Yeah, the new leader is just Khomeini's son, and they'll take him out in the next couple days. The last guy was in for 7 hours. Let's see how long this guy lasts. Oh, okay. I get it, Merlin. I get it. Some of the voters, yeah. Yes, they have. Yes, they have. Well, I don't know. I think it's Trump derangement syndrome. I want you guys to think about it. Does the left really support all the bad guys in the world? Do they really support all the bad guys in the world? Do they really support all the terrorists and the narco-terrorists, and they support all the sponsors of terror and the Middle East terror, and they really support all these criminals they let out on the streets, all these rapists, all these murderers? Do they really support all these people? Do they really like all these? Or is it just Trump derangement syndrome? It doesn't matter what it is. If Trump says A, they make a sign that says, I love B, A sucks. That's the way it is. If Trump came out with the cure for cancer, these leftists would lay in the bed and die. You could lay it right next to them in an orange bottle and they wouldn't take it. because the Trump derangement syndrome is so bad. Yeah, and something else. Remember that before we bombed Iran, before this war started, 8.5 days ago, whatever. I want you to remember that they were mowing down their people by the tens of thousands because they were protesting. Remember that? Oh, we forgot about that, didn't we? Yeah, we stopped them killing their people. So it's tit for tat. And we're shooting bases. We're not shooting unarmed civilians like they were. We're bombing bases, and we're bombing bridges, and we're bombing infrastructure. We're not bombing like they were people in their homes. Yep. Communism, globalism, you're correct. It's very satanic. It's all related, and it's all bad. And they're for it because they're not smart enough to see how bad it truly is. Yeah. Unfortunately, the cancer in this country is our own citizens. It's about 30% of our own citizens that are radicalized. And they're anti-American. They're anti-capitalists. And I don't know what to do. I think that we're fighting the Civil War right now by everybody's moving to the state of their choice. And that's something that started about 15 or 20 years ago, and it's been in high gear. We are so overloaded with U-Haul trucks down here. They fly people down every day to get trucks and drive them back up north again. Okay. Yeah, I'm sure it was not done on purpose. How many have they killed? How many has Iran killed with their lobbing bombs all over the place? I believe they hit a school in Beirut. So see, the whole tit for tat thing doesn't work because the people you're protecting are the bad guys. They are the terrorists. I mean, do you understand that? When you're all supporting Maduro, you're supporting the terrorists. When you're all supporting Iran, you're supporting the terrorists. What needs to happen is we need to get rid of this regime so that the people can have their country back. I want them to rise up and not get shot like they've been getting. Yes, our education system is terrible. Terrible. They teach you everything you don't need to know about a war and never teach you the lessons that were learned. Our education system here is terrible. Okay, here we go. Yeah, it's all about the oil. It's all, you know what it is? It's you can say it's about freedom, democracy, oil, capitalism, socialism. You can say it's about all those things. And yes, it is. It's a fight over ideology for sure. Absolutely. But it's also good versus evil. And I don't know why people have such a hard time seeing that. Yeah, they'll be calling me a Nazi before long. I love it. I love it. Make my day. That's what our public schools have turned into, is indoctrination centers. Um, yeah, when people say it's about oil or it's about money or it's about power, you're speaking of the same thing. Oil, money, power. It's all the same thing. It's just in different forms. So is it all about the oil? Well, it's all about the control. And whoever controls the oil controls the economy in that area, in that region. Um, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I just love it though when the lefties come in here and start their name calling. Yeah, here we go again with that. What's Trump saying? Let's hear what Trump's saying.
Sophisticated military operations, highly sophisticated. In some cases, they say they're more powerful than the military.
I'll be back in 5 minutes.
Can't have that. These brutal criminal organizations pose an unacceptable threat to national security, and they provide a dangerous gateway for foreign adversaries in our region. And we don't want them near our country either. We don't want them to come in. They're cancer, you know. They're cancer, and we don't want it spreading. We have a very strong border. You know, we have a border now where for 9 months, 0 people have been able to come through. It's hard to believe, actually, because we went from 25 million people coming in over the Sleepy Joe Biden, one of the worst presidents in history of the world. He was the worst president in the history of our country. We've had some pretty bad ones. Recently, we've had some pretty bad ones, but he's the worst. But he would go down as one of the worst in the world. I'm going to up his category now. It's horrible what he did. And what he didn't do was probably worse than what he did. Every leader here today is united in the conviction that we cannot and will not tolerate the lawlessness in our hemisphere any longer. The only way to defeat these enemies is by unleashing the power of our militaries. We have to use our military. You have to use your military. You can't fight these people with... And you have great police. You have some great police, but they threaten your police. They scare your police. You're going to use your military. In many cases, our forces have already been working closely with yours, and the United States looks forward to deepening and expanding that cooperation in the months ahead. And it's so good that we got to know so many of you. I mean, we're so many. And I'd love to get to your countries at some point. Marco loves going to your countries. He's always at one of these countries. He likes your countries the best, okay? You know, where are you? I'm in Chile. Oh, good. How's Chile doing? Good. He likes it. He feels very calm. We all like him, right? It helps. He's got a language. He's got a language advantage over me, because I'm not learning a damn language. I don't have time. I was okay with languages, but I'm not.
All right, and that's all like yesterday. That was yesterday. So let me hold on just a second here. Oh my God. These videos are just constantly ending and going down. All right, I'm going to go look for more videos. Stand by, everybody. Why can't liberals sing? Wow, this is bad. You can have AI make music now. It sounds so much better. We no longer have to listen to each other sound like this.
What would you do? A man came up to you and said, would you like to shake my hand? I'm trying to get 1,000 handshakes. What would you do? Is that real or is that fake? Nah, I know a guy. His name is Portland Andy. Do not confuse with Portland Randy. When you gotta watch someone stream, there is no plan in.
Okay. I'm not even sure what that was. That might have been Portland Andy's music or something. I don't know what that was. I need to tell him about Suno. Yeah. We'll have to wait and see. It's months away on that the next election. I think that I don't think we're as bad off as some people think, but I'm also a realist, and I do know that there is trouble waters ahead. No, I haven't checked that one out yet, Tibby, but I will. Yeah, Portland Andy's all right. He does composite videos, and I use his every now and then, and he does good stuff. And I give his name out because I use his stuff. All right, so there we go, guys. We are now at the point where we've lost all of the feeds now, except the bottom left. There's one left, and I don't know what the deal is. I don't know what happened, but all of the feeds have gone down. Let me see what I can find. Wow, this is kind of amazing.
Yeah, the ones who won it, Dante. They have to won it.
Yeah?
What is up, Danny? What's up, Polly? Yeah.
Well, thank you. I
They're
appreciate
going to get
it.
Grub on Tinkerton's birthday.
A flashlight that you can...
Man, Polly,
put on
it
your
was...
head,
That, we need to trade all of the...
okay?
all of the...
I'll bring you one tomorrow,
all the
okay?
liberals that are like
see you tomorrow, okay?
retards that are sitting in front of the ICE facility, like trade them for all the good, honest, people that
I'm glad I found you. Have a good night.
that do that any day of the week. But like it's Belly Ray just ends it. Oh no, it's ending. It's just one of the bridge.
I'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah, fix. That was. I was starting to tear up a bit too, because it's just like that's what we all want is in America where everybody can just fucking be happy together, mean,
That's
they're
not gonna
waving the
happen,
Iranian
dude.
flag, the Israeli flag, the American flag. You know, it's fucking amazing. Someone needs to get Tommy that song, where Trump's going, the community's dead, and like
Footage you guys got to see.
that.
Thank you for watching.
Yeah.
I appreciate you.
Oh,
There is just nothing on, and now this guy's leaving. So that's it. That was the last video that we had. If anybody has any videos you can find, if anybody sees anything, let me know. Well, I don't want to get in the business of going from country to country here. I don't think that's what we need to be doing, but that's just my opinion. I don't believe in all the nation building. It doesn't work. You go over there and spend all your time and your treasure and your money and your people and your blood, and at the end of it, they don't want your help. And you end up giving it back to them, and they flip you off and go right back to what they were doing before. Jesus, every single feed has gone down. So many spoof videos, and all they're doing is looping the missiles coming in over Tel Aviv from like 4 nights ago. They're just looping that and playing it over and over. So if you watch that, you'll be thinking like, man, they get bombed all night, every night over there. It's just crazy. No, there is no chasers out today. I checked that a little while ago. I'm checking it again right now. But no, there is no chasers out right now. Even some of the chasers now are playing live loops of their previous chases, which I don't like. Again, you're thumbing down and you're like, oh shit, it's a tornado. It's not. They're playing as live. It's a little trick everybody's doing now. I don't see anything weather. Nope, there's nobody live. Nobody live doing weather. I don't know what this is. It says Portland live, and they're on the side of the road. And it's raining. I do believe this is current. I'm going to stick it up here. I don't know what this is, guys.
It means you're not supposed to profit. Sure. Right? You're supposed to put all the money back. So any money I make, I put directly back into my community. You know? So that's what I'm doing right now. I just got done handing out homemade teriyaki chicken, brand new beanies, and other things.
But they really appreciated that.
Sometimes I hand out resources when they're willing to take it. Can't force anybody to go to rehab. But you can help. We can help them to try to keep them alive while they're out here.
Well, even if somebody doesn't want to go to rehab, God really loves them, and that's the
Yeah,
sort of thing.
it's still somebody's brother, sister, family, mom, sister, cousin. It's still somebody's family.
Sister.
And nobody's family is perfect. Anybody can be in this position at any time. Nice to meet you. Keep doing what you're doing.
Belly Ray.
Valley Ray on YouTube. VELLYRAY.
I'll take a look.
Smoked chicken, not fentanyl.
I'll try. I'll try to smoke chicken.
Oh my God, that's his saying, smoked chicken, not fentanyl.
That's my slogan.
Okay.
That's my merch. Smoked chicken, not fentanyl. And never let someone think they're better than you. And also, I am Southeast Portland, Oregon. And nobody tells me what to do. Those are all my slogans for my and know what you're doing.
What the hell is this?
Do you smoke chicken? Like, is that part of like what you do for a living?
I smoke it on my Traeger. I put on my charcoal grill and I put it in my oven, and then I hand it out to the homeless. Over 50 pieces every day. That's great. I probably handed out over 15,000 pieces of chicken. Thank you. This will go to a person out here that I helped. Thank you, amigo.
All right, let me see if I've got.
Power and prayer. This will go to people I help. I'm over here handing out to people that need it.
This is live in Israel. Air raid sirens going off. Thank you, neighbor. Oh, Christ.
For a limited time, enjoy.
For a limited time, get off my screen. All right, guys, we now heard an explosion at that point here. This is live. This is Starship Adventures, and we are live in Israel right now as we've got air raid sirens going off and at least one explosion in the distance. Coverage continues.
much, you guys. Thank you guys for watching. I appreciate you more than you know. Thank you to everybody who's subscribed to my channel. Thank you to all my loyal subscribers. Thank you to everybody that hits the like button. Thank you to everybody that donates to my channel. Thank you, Darla Miller, for the $20. Thank you, love. Appreciate you. And whoever donated, thank you if I didn't see it. London Man, what up, G?
In the time it takes this bunny to nibble this flower, we'll explain why a personal loan could be.
I think
we can.
Yeah, David, you're right. It's about
this does kind of demonstrate that you can see that a lot of Iran's ability here has been degraded. They've lost over 80% of their launch capabilities, and they do still have drones and things like that. The NYPD has announced that they're mourning the loss of police officer Sorfley Davis, who passed away yesterday as a result of a medical episode while deployed in Kuwait in support of Operation Epic Fury. Officer Davis served with the 42nd Infantry Division in the U.S. Army National Guard, and he rose to the rank.
Open?
Oh my lord, with this ad.
Closed.
We rose to the rank of major. In 2014, he began his service with the NYPD, where he was assigned to the 79th Precinct. Today and always, we keep his family in our thoughts and prayers. May we never forget Officer Davis' sacrifice, and may his memory be a blessing. That from the New York Police Department. Okay. Let's see if there's anything else that's come in here. They're now saying that the object that NYPD now confirms that the object thrown at protesters near Gracie Mansion in Manhattan yesterday was in fact an IED. The bomb squad has confirmed the device could have caused serious injury or death. New York City officials had confirmed the device, ignited and thrown during protests near Gracie Mansion on Saturday, was an improvised explosive device. In a statement posted to X on Sunday, NYPD Commissioner Jessica Tisch said the department's bomb squad determined the device was neither a hoax nor a smoke bomb. It was actually a improvised explosive device. The bomb squad has conducted a preliminary analysis of the device that was ignited and deployed at the protest yesterday and was determined that it was not a hoax device. It was not some kind of smoke bomb or fake bomb. It was, in fact, an improvised explosive device that could have caused serious injuries. I love how they type the same thing over and over again in these paragraphs. Authorities are continuing to analyze the second device recovered at the scene. As of Sunday evening, a third device has been found at the scene, a federal sources told Fox News. Police arrested these two people on Saturday. Both remain in custody. 3 federal law enforcement sources told Fox News that the 2 suspects are believed to be U.S. citizens and that one suspect allegedly shouted Allahu Akbar before igniting and throwing the IED into the crowd. Oh boy. The NYPD is working alongside the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Southern District of New York and the FBI through the Joint Terrorism Task Force. I want to again thank the brave members of the NYPD, yada, yada, yada. The incident unfolded during dueling demonstrations Saturday morning near East End Avenue and East 87th Street, just steps from Gracie Mansion, the official residence of the New York City Mayor, Kami Zolran Mamdani. One rally was organized by right-wing activist Jake Lang to oppose public Muslim prayer. Counter-protests also gathered at the scene. Though police initially kept the group separated, tension escalated after pepper spray was deployed during the confrontation. Approximately 30 minutes later, authorities say an 18-year-old counter-protester ignited and threw a device towards the protest area. Witnesses reported seeing flames and smoke before the device extinguished itself. Police say the 18-year-old then retrieved the second device from a 19-year-old and lit it in an attempt to flee. Both subjects identified were taken into custody. 3 additional arrests were made on charges including disorderly conduct and obstructing traffic. Bomb squad technicians on Saturday described the device as jars wrapped in black tape, slightly smaller than a football. X-rays revealed nuts, bolts, screws inside, material commonly used as improvised shrapnel, along with a hobby fuse that could be lit. Mayor Zolran Kami Memdani condemned both the protest and the violence in the statement posted Sunday. Yeah, I bet he did. Yeah, okay. Such hate has no place in New York City. Really? It is an affront to our city's values and the unity, whatever. I'm not even reading what that idiot said. He thanked NYPD officers for their response. Yeah, okay, since he's neutered them. The NYPD could not be immediately reached. How could they not reach them? Were their phones not working? Yeah, okay. I don't think that's the case. Jamie, I don't know what you're trying to get everybody to do here. Am I missing something, guys? I don't understand what we're trying to do here, Jamie.
an accident, it can be devastating. You don't know where to turn.
Okay.
But Files in Beckman will protect you, and we provide passionate, caring representation of our clients.
Yeah, it's like gibberish. Oh, are the Democrats beating each other up again? Oh, no.
Did JLR find like a fucking barrel that?
Not very opportune simply because they're in a war footing. But on the
I don't know what that noise was. It sounded like gunfire. That's off of number 2. Number 2 is the upper center one there with all the little screens, so who knows where that's coming from. Hi, Mama Kitty. What you doing, big girl? What you doing? You hanging out? Mama Kitty. You're a good girl. I don't care what they say. I don't know what is happening in North Carolina. I don't get it. It's probably either a bot or a child or an idiot liberal. They're all about the same mentality. What is it, kitty? I'm busy right now. No snacks. And the Kool-Aid's really watered down. But at least they're getting Kool-Aid to drink. What they need is some fast-acting Trumpinol. I think if we had the full Trumpinol kit in our timeout room, they would probably come back patriots. They would be okay. Some of that shit works really quick, especially the one you ram up your ass. That one works really fast. Yeah, they just replaced the Ayatollah with his son, the junior. It's all right. He won't be around long. Be sugarless Kool-Aid. That's got to be terrible. Ayatollah Coca-Cola. There you go. That would be good. Oh my God. Yeah. Mark Levin. I love Mark Levin. He's my favorite national host. Get off the phone, you big dope! Yeah. Well, at least I don't hear anything going on over there right now. It's quieted back down. These people aren't getting any sleep. That's kind of the sucky thing is this is literally the middle of the night for them over there. Mama, can you please chill for just a minute? You're a pain in my ass. What is wrong with you? What is wrong with you? Jamie, who is a pack of true cowards? Jesus isn't up for cowards. Okay. Well, Jesus spoke softly and carried a big stick. Bald shaming, is that what it is? Yeah, we got some weird trolls in tonight. It's like, I think they're bots or they're just kids. Yeah, what they don't realize is I don't care about my hair falling out. I wish it would all fall out so I don't have to deal with any of it anymore. I've never had an issue with my hair falling out. I've never done anything to try to stop it or slow it down. I just don't give a shit. It's not important to me. So you could find things that'll get under my skin. That's not one of them. At the Leering Center. Yeah, trust me, I get it. That makes perfect sense. Mama, can you give it a rest? My God, give it a rest, woman. Yeah, put some onions on my burger and see me not eat it. Oh, jeez. That's just ignorant. Crypto's phone. That's just stupid. Whatever. You've probably never loved anything in your life. Nope, we don't need boots on the ground, and I don't feel that we're going to get that. I don't want it. Don't think we're going to get it. All right. Well, I got to tell you, this is the lamest bunch of trolls we've had in a while in here. I haven't been called a Nazi yet. I mean, what's going on? Oh, I don't think that's the case at all. I think that they've already degraded over 80% of their military ability. And now you watch from space, you watch from the skies above, and you take out things strategically when they start to move around. They've already taken out probably everything where they know where it's at, but that's over 80% of their capability. But now you have to try to figure out where the rest of it is, and you do that by monitoring their movements, and that takes a day or two to figure out what they're doing. Mama, what are you doing? Okay, let me check and see what else, if there's anything that's come in. I can't believe these protests are a bust again tonight. I mean, just absolute bust. Oh, with these freaking ads. Nope, even the other guys doing what I'm doing are, they're all showing what we're showing. There's no protest footage coming out of anywhere. Nope, nothing. Not a single protest video, and nobody, the guys that do multi-screen stuff, none of them have anything either. So I can tell you right now, there's just nothing coming out anywhere on protest video. Now, as far as storm chasers, there's nothing right now under storm chasing because there's just no severe weather right now. Nope, there's nothing there. So we're down to just the video here from Iran and from Israel. That's where we're at. That's what I told him, Mama. You're just crazy. All right. What kind of original content would you suggest, Crypto? Since obviously you've been doing this longer than me and have more experience. What would you suggest for original content? I'm covering the news of the day. So how would you suggest that I cover the sights and sounds of Earth with all original content? Please help me with that. I mean, how does that work exactly? Oh, and you like Portland Andy. He does the same thing I do. So, Yeah, tell me. Tell me how this works. I lack original content. I monologue through the entire thing. Apparently you missed that part. That's the original content. I know you're a kid or a bot. I don't know which, because you're just not that intelligent. Yeah, I think it's a bot trolling me. Pretty stupid, whatever it is. I lack original content. It's a Sights and Sounds of Earth show. Should I make up all the sights and sounds of Earth? I mean, that's just stupid. I've been doing this about as long as Portland Andy, actually. My multi-screen shows go back 3-4 years plus. It's not that I'm copying Portland Andy. We're doing the same type of coverage. I actually do a much different format than he does. Yeah, so once again, you're off base and you're wrong. Well, then go somewhere else, you stupid asshole. You come in here telling me I'm not original. You're the one that came in here. This is the content. You're the stupid one. You're the one that's hanging out. You're the one that apparently needs Trump and all. That's just stupid. So everybody that does something out there, anybody else that does something that's even kind of like it is just, they're copying. Each thing should only be done once. My God, there's 15 Survivor shows right now. That's just stupid to say something like that. It's absolutely ignorant. Every local TV station has a local news show that's very similar to every other TV station's local news show. That's just a moronic statement to say. Jesus Christ. You are a troll. You are absolutely a troll. You're sitting in your mother's basement. You've never created or been successful with anything yourself. All you do is sit there and troll. That's what you do. You sit there and troll. Hey, thanks, Bambi Still. Thank you for joining, and welcome aboard the Starship. Appreciate it. Oh, surprise, surprise, Crypto's phone. No videos, no subscribers, nothing. You're a complete nobody. You're a complete nobody. If you're anybody at all, give me your real channel so I can see what you've done. Let me see how many hours you've put in. Because you're just a piece of shit that goes around and does this and trolls people. And I love it, because you know what? It helps me get out the conservative word, and it helps me push back the communist hordes like you. What original content would you have me put out? Come on, smart guy. What original content would you have me put out? Yeah, when I give it back to you, troll assholes, I get a lot of subscribers. People like that because people hate trolls. They hate trolls for the despicable piece of shit human that they are. You're not in my head, and trust me, I'll never think of you again after tonight. But what you have done is you've increased my chat rate by 50%. And I want to thank you for that, because that's how we get out the conservative word. YouTube impressions are probably one of the most important things on a live broadcast. And impressions are based almost directly on the number of people that are chatting in my chat room. That's the number one thing. And number two thing is going to be how long each person stayed in the video. Well, at this point, you've stayed in the video and you've watched it over 10 minutes. If you've watched over 10 minutes, you're now improving my algorithms. Number two, every time you chat, you get my other people chatting because of your ignorant statements. And so what that does is that ends up increasing the amount of chats we get, which increases the amount of people we get, and we begin to grow. And so the trolls, we actually ask for trolls. I like trolls. I want you to come in here. And yeah, I'm going to treat you like shit because you came here to treat me like shit. And I'm going to treat you just like you're treating me. No, my content, which is, instead of copy content, I think you should refer to it as fair use content. My fair use content is being used 100% legally, and my fair use content brings people to my channel, where I then promote the channels that I'm showing. So, again, you're just a troll. You're just a child. You're probably 16 years old. You're left of center because that's what your high school teacher told you to be. You're in your mother's basement. You drive a 12-year-old Prius that's sitting out in the driveway right now, and it probably is having some mechanical issues. And you made your last 3 TikTok videos in that Prius, I think. Portland Andy does not have any more original content than I do, number one. Number two, I like Portland Andy, and I routinely promote Portland Andy. Again, if you came to my channel any time other than the last 12 minutes, you would know that. We even talk about Portland Andy on here. So again, you don't know what you're talking about. You're an idiot. Portland Andy has just as much original content as me. He talks over the videos. He puts his picture up in there. Same content that I do. So again, I think you know, you need to grow up a little bit. Yeah. So anyway, and thank you again for the algorithmic help tonight. You've got my chat rate way up there right now, and I do really appreciate that. And even though you'll be gone after tonight's show, more than likely never to return, because generally trolls don't return once I'm done with them. But you'll leave tonight. And all this help you gave me with my algorithms tonight will live on forever. And it will help this channel 5-10 years down the road, being more and more successful because of the algorithmic help that you gave me tonight. So thank you for helping me get out the conservative word, and for being more successful on YouTube and letting people know exactly what we're dealing with out here with conservative folks just trying to fight for what's right against you communist hordes. Yeah, so you're just one of those that just keeps changing your name and going around because you have no identity of your own. You probably never even use your real name anywhere. You have no true identity of your own. You're just a little person that really doesn't deserve anybody's time. Yeah, I love the good chat rate, Deploribus. It helps me out a lot. We're doing great right now. The chat rate's way up. My impressions going out are up. YouTube is seeing that the discussion that we're having in here, and it's helping. Yep, that's what it is. And these people, these children like this guy here, they sit around and they're the only way they can fight for what they think is right. And what they think is right is what their friends told them is right. What their high school teacher told them is right, because he's some kind of activist prick. And so that's really all they know. And so they go out there thinking they're being the good keyboard warrior, using the only tool at their disposal, which is lying and making up names and faking names and going in and calling people names. Portland Andy's content is not original. It's not original any more than my content. He does the exact same thing I do. You idiot. I know now that you're probably a bot, because you're obviously pretty stupid. Yeah, that's definitely a bot. I think I'm just going to start ignoring him. Let him keep typing, though, because it's helping the algorithms, but I'm going to start ignoring him. It's obviously a bot. Not even a really good one, actually. Literally just trying to just be an absolute unmitigated prick for no reason. I do the exact same thing that Portland Andy does. You know, I don't know what the difference is. He goes out and does on-location stuff. I go out and do on-location stuff. I covered a parade, what was it, last weekend? I covered a ham fest the weekend before that. So before you come in here with all your high and mighty bullshit, Mr. I have no subscribers at all, you know, do a little research into the person you're trolling. Yeah, when I was in high school, it was a mixed bag. I had one history teacher that was conservative, and I had one history teacher that was married to a science teacher, and they were two horrible liberals. But they didn't indoctrinate back then. It was a little different. I can remember some opinion, but I don't remember indoctrination. Yep, see, I called him out for being a bot, and he went away. Yeah, it's pretty pathetic. They sit there all night in their mother's basement lashing out at people because they are successful. And these are the same people that hate the Jews because they're successful. These are the same people that hate the rich because they're successful. They hate anybody that does well because they're jealous. It's envy. It's literally success envy. And you see it with these little people that obviously are in their mother's basement. Nope, they can't. Liberals are generally the people in society that are told what to think, where conservatives are more your thinking class. You've got your liberals lead with the heart, your conservatives lead with the brain. That's pretty much the way it is. And now, of course, your leftists are always for the bad guy, and your people on the right are always for the good guy. I think it's kind of neat that anytime there's a drug smuggling dictator, the liberals will be on his side. Anytime there's a terrorist sponsoring Ayatollah, well, the liberals will be on his side. Anytime there's 6,000 felons that need to be let out of prison, rapists or murderers, well, the liberals are on their side, no problem. These liberals, the queers are for Hamas. They love Hamas. They don't go visit them, but they love them. The left is always for the bad guy. The left is always for the bad guy. I'm going to say it twice. Yep. Yeah, Portland Andy went off about 30 minutes ago. We've had people in here all night being anti-Semitic. Just absolute hating the Jews just because they're Jews. And I can't stand that. I love when the left calls us racist for no reason and then turns around and says you guys are all racist. And then later on in the conversation, they'll remind you that they hate Jews. And I'm like, how can you call me a racist and you hate Jews? Yeah, when I was in high school, Reagan was the president of the United States. And right now is my favorite president until Trump. Ronald Reagan was an amazing president. And he was the shining light that came after Jimmy Carter, which was one of the worst presidents we've ever had. Good man, but bad president. Fuel lines, it was a terrible time. And the same thing happened again this time. You get Joe Biden, a really bad president, and what happens is you get a really good president that comes along right after that. It's happened twice now. Yeah, well, again, I don't think it's fair to say channels are all just copying Portland Andy, I mean, if you want to get technical, someone was doing this before any of us was doing it. Okay? I got this idea. I didn't see this online and then start doing it. I work at a TV station. I got this idea from sitting in the control room and looking up at all of the 50 screens on the wall and being able to tell exactly what's going on in the world, because I've got all the networks, I've got all the cable channels, I've got all my remote stuff coming in, I've got all our webcams, I've got all our weather cams, I've got all of our feeds coming back. And from one spot, from sitting in one chair, I could see everything that's going on in the world. And that's where I got the idea for this show. Portland Andy uses a different program. He has a different setup. It looks different. You know, I narrate it different than he does. It's a very different show that I do. So saying that one channel copies another channel is stupid. That's like saying that Family Feud copied Price is Right and Price is Right copied whatever. That's ridiculous. It doesn't work that way. Those are game shows. You can create additional game shows. Just because one person thought up a game show doesn't mean no one can ever think up a game show ever again, because we've already got a game show, right? What do you want? What? Was it you? What's wrong? I got cats meowing and I don't know what's wrong. Yeah, there's a number of channels like mine. That doesn't mean they copied me or I copied them. Okay, so I'm stealing Portland Andy's content, but Portland Andy's not stealing the content from the people he's getting it from, because all of his content comes from content providers. Just like my content, other than my monologue and my picture, comes from other content providers under the Fair Use statute. He does the exact same thing. So if you're telling me I copied him and I'm doing the exact same thing as him, and then you shame me for using someone else's video, that's hypocritical and moronic. And again, you're showing your intelligence. There you go, Drake. Yeah, I love Georgia too, and I don't ever mention that Jimmy Carter was from there. He was a good peanut farmer, I hear. Yeah, see, he streams mostly TikTok. I stream mostly YouTube streamers. Yeah, this is a stupid argument we're even having right now. That you know, there can only be one idea and that's it, and nobody else can ever do it. Well, I got news for you. There's some nights that Portland Andy doesn't go on. There's some nights other people don't go on. There's about 20 of us out here that do almost, they do a very similar show to this. Now, I will tell you, a lot of them are not conservative. A lot of them don't monologue. I monologue. I have discussion. I do news. I work professionally in the news business. I produce talk radio. So I provide quality content when I go through the news and things like that. So, yeah, it's not theft of content, first of all. This is news coverage. This is fair use. I suggest you guys read that. Understand it, because you look stupid when you come on here and start talking about ripping off videos and things like that. This is not ripping off videos. Do you think that I would have 1,200 of these videos up right now? I have 1,200 of these type of videos. Do you think I would have those if this was illegal? My God, do you think I would have any of them if this was illegal? Oh, you're just stupid now. I'm going to start ignoring crypto. I'm not even going to look at your posts anymore. Jimmy's why you hate peanut butter. I love it. There you go. Yeah. Yep. You guys should understand. I mean, I'm sure a lot of these trolls don't care to be educated or anything, but it is important to understand. Fair use is a U.S. legal doctrine, and this doctrine it permits limited use of copyrighted material without permission. You don't need permission from the owner at all. Typically, this is for transformative purposes like criticism, check, commentary, check, news reporting, check, teaching, check, research, check. Wow, I checked every one of the boxes. The Democrats should be pretty proud of me, right? It acts as a defense against infringement claims and is determined by analyzing the factors, these 4 factors: purpose, the nature of the work, the amount of the work that was used. This is all important. Notice I don't ever reproduce anyone's stream in its entirety. I only reproduce streams in smaller boxes, and I only take sound for periods of time. I never rebroadcast. That's a word you need to remember, rebroadcast. I'm not rebroadcasting, okay? What I'm doing is I am showing stuff and talking about it, okay? That's not a rebroadcast. So it's looking for the purpose. The purpose is news and education. The nature of the work, okay? These are live images that are coming in and they're for the public interest, okay? And the amount is used is not the full product. We are not using the full stream. We're not using the full audio or the full video, okay? And the market impact. My use of these videos has absolutely no effect on these videos' markets, okay? And there's no way you could show or prove that it does. Uses need to be transformative. I take this content and I transform it into a multi-screen show, okay? I'm not reusing the content. I'm repackaging the content. There's a difference. Using factual material is more likely to be fair than using creative work. Notice, I do not show Star Trek episodes on here. I do not show clips from TV. I do not show anything that was broadcast on television. Those kind of things are a little harder to claim under fair use. Live video, video of news that happened in the last few days, that's 100% in the clear. 100% in the clear. Because it serves the public interest. Using small portions is better, reducing the size, and not using the entire product. All these can weigh and swing towards fair use. Again, I only used them in small boxes. I only use portions of the audio. I only put the audio on the left or right side, generally speaking. And so that basically just makes it the way it is. Yeah, that's definitely a bot there, guys. The ones you guys just took out, that one's definitely a bot. Oh my God. Look at the gibberish. Anyway, and then finally, again, market effect. If the new use harms the original copyright use, then it's a problem. But because I'm not recreating it, I'm only presenting it as part of a small part of a very large conglomerate of broadcast here. Because of that, it is there is no market effect. So in other words, not only do I meet all 5 of the criteria, but I meet all 4 of the aspects of fair use. Okay? Trust me, you could be a great lawyer and you're not going to get me on this one. I know this one. I've been through this because before I even started doing this, I mastered this. Because if you're not doing this right, you're not going to be able to do that for very long. And so that's why I got into this. I started doing it exactly to the letter. I've never been copyright struck. I've been able to clear everything that's ever come in. I've never actually been struck. I've never actually had to clear a full strike. And all the little stuff I get here and there, no big deal. I haven't had any demonetization in weeks. And when I do, it's because I get on here and talk about things that use a lot of the words you're not supposed to use. M-U-R-D-E-R, D-E-A-T-H, G-U-N, all those different words that you're not supposed to use on here. And when I get into a passionate rage about G-U-N control or something, it demonetizes me. That's on me. That's not on you. That's on me. And that's okay. That's just stupid. What you just said is really ignorant, dumb fudge. I love your name. It's fitting. So I steal legally? If it's legal, it's not stealing, you dumbass. Do you know anything? I mean, look at what you just wrote. I mean, I didn't rob the bank. I just walked in and made an illegal withdrawal. I mean, you liberals love to change the words around to make it sound better. That's just stupid. That's just ignorant. To tell me that I'm stealing it legally. Wow. If it's legal, it's not stealing. That just shows how unintelligent you are. Absolutely amazing. And that tells me why my algorithm numbers keep going up. Thank you very much. Yeah, I think it's time, guys. I think it's time to hear from our sponsor. Because there's some real pieces of crap in here right now that I think could use it. And we want to help you here at Starship Adventures. We want to help you, especially you insane liberals out there, you insane troll liberals that come in here and troll us because, you know, the right's doing good right now. Things are going well right now, and you just can't frickin' stand it. You hate the big orange man, and so you come in here to hate on me and everything else. That's fine. That's fine. But if you listen tonight, I'm going to offer you something that you're going to love. This is something that's going to help you with everything in your life. It's going to make you feel better. It's going to make you not crazy. And I think that this is something that could be very transformative in your life, and I hope that you take this to heart. Our sponsor for tonight's show is Trump and All. Trump and All. For you sorry bastards that suffer from Trump derangement syndrome, there is Trump and All. Trump and All is an amazing medication that has been formulated specifically to make un-American jerks like you more patriotic and feel better about yourself and live a better quality of life. That's what Trump and All is all about. Trump and All, an amazing medication. Now, warning, Trump and All will make you more patriotic. You might actually get up in the morning and feel like getting a real job. You might even want to eventually move out of your mother's basement. Trump and All, it's some really good stuff. And from the makers of Trump and All, if Trump and All is just not strong enough, that's okay. We've got MAGA strength Trump and All. This stuff's 3 times stronger than regular Trump and All. Regular taking of these medications right here will create a great situation where you'll want to actually find a wife or a husband, you know, and get married and have a nuclear family, actually have children that belong to both of you. It's amazing. And then if that doesn't work because you can't keep food down or whatever, here you go, fast-acting suppositories. Just ram a couple of these up your ass and you'll be extremely patriotic. You'll feel much better about everything. And the derangement will slowly drip away. And you'll start to see reality for what it is. Trump and All suppositories. Get that ass straight today. And if you miss putting it in, try the butthurt cream. Trump and All butthurt cream. For when reality's a pain in the ass, when your butthole's on fire because you've been walking back and forth in front of an ice facility like a moron, try butthurt cream It's some amazing stuff. Apply it liberally to your asshole and see if it calms the fire down today. It might make your butthole a little more patriotic. And Trump PM, if you're not sleeping at night, this is the medication for you. Trump PM. It's amazing. This stuff will make you sleep very well. It will. And you'll wake up at 4 in the morning pissing red, white, and blue. You'll wake up at 8 in the morning with a flagpole just looking for a flag. This is some really good stuff. Trump PM will give you that night's sleep you need. You'll no longer be chased around in your dreams by the big bad orange man. This is some amazing stuff. It's going to make you feel good. You'll wake up having memories of barbecues in the backyard with uncles that you used to not get along with. Trump and all PM. Some amazing shit that'll help you sleep. And next, butthurt cream. Nope. I'm sorry, I went the wrong way. Next, Trump Drops. Trump Drops are amazing. These things are awesome. You know, so many times when we question liberals as to why they think the way they do, they said, well, because I looked at it and that's what I saw. Well, the problem is not that what they're seeing is wrong or what they're seeing is good or bad. The problem is they're not seeing it right, because they have eyes that have been affected by Trump derangement syndrome. Trump derangement syndrome can actually get in there and degrade the optic nerve and create a situation where when you look at things, you're not seeing right. You're actually seeing things for something that they're not. And so by taking Trump Drops, just a few drops in each eye once a day, and you'll be seeing what's reality, what's true. Now, caution, the first couple times you see reality with the use of this product can be quite scary, and you do want to watch that because it's frightening to see reality for the very first time. And when you watch CNN, it will actually look like the shit that it really is. This is Trump Drops. It's amazing. It's going to make you see clearly for the very first time and see past all the derangement and delusion that you've been trying to look through for all these years. And if it's the hearing that's the problem, that's fine, because we've got maggot ears, just a few drops in each ear. These will help you actually hear what's really going on in the world. It'll let you hear reality. When you listen to CNN, you'll hear it for the shit that it really is. You'll hear it for the biased crap that it actually is. Maggot ears is great because it brings the reality back through your ears. And when used in conjunction with Trump Drops, both your hearing and your vision will become clearer, and you'll be able to see and understand what's going on in the world. It actually helps you become more worldly and wise. Trumpanol is an amazing product. And now we have the new Trumpanol Overreaction Ointment. This ointment can be liberally applied anywhere on your liberal ass or body where you're having problems, from things like rashes caused by losing large elections by both the popular and by the Electoral College vote. Or how about some rashes caused by walking back and forth in front of an ice center for days at a time, wearing a blow-up dinosaur costume, or maybe that stupid dumb horse with the rainbow shit. Or maybe you're running from the big bad orange man all the time because you're in fear for your life, because he's a big bad orange man, and all that running around's got you all ate up in between your legs. This is what this is for. It's Trumpanol Overreaction Ointment. Soothe the fire between your nether regions today. And ladies, we've got you. We never would leave you out. Is it that time of month and you're deranged and you just have to go out and run over some ice agents? No problem. Take some MAGA Midol. Chill out. Don't end up like that woman in the van. All right? Just take some of this and chill your shit out, all right? Give the uterus a rest for a while, and you'll be just fine. And what the really cool thing is, if you don't try to run over cops, you're 98% less likely to be shot. So it's a really good thing, and that's a true study that we did right here at the Trumpanol Corporation. All right, and let's try Preparation Orange. Preparation Orange, another great product. This product here, again, smeared liberally on the asshole, will make you feel much better about life. We found that the best way to treat an asshole is through the asshole. And so that's why we're doing it this way with Preparation Orange. Put this on 3 or 4 times a day, and what you'll find is a better outlook, and life won't seem so shitty all the time. Trumpanol, bring normality back to your bunghole. And Trumpanol Patriot Patches. These were designed with you in mind, because here's the thing. You don't want to take Trumpanol and suddenly become very patriotic, and your friends are starting to like you again, and your mom and dad are speaking to you again, and then by 5 o'clock it's starting to wear off, and you're wanting to be a dick and go down to the ice thing and hold up a inflatable costume for an hour. And so with Patriot patches, when the regular Trumpanol would normally start wearing off, the Patriot patches continue to work with a continuous supply, a constant Malander's supply of medication that will continue on for an entire 24-hour period. Look, this is the way they're doing fentanyl now. Why not Patriot patches? This way you can get a nice even dose of your Trumpanol. It's a great steady treatment plan. These are Trumpanol-infused medicated patches. Try them today and have a nice 24-hour period with no waves, no steep ups and downs. It's awesome. And do you have a significant other that's willing to help you de-stress at night? Try the new Trump Anti-Rage Rub. This is an amazing rub that can be rubbed on by your significant other, and this rub will penetrate through the skin, and it will bring understanding and reality back to someone who's very upset about the fact that they hate their country and they hate capitalism and they hate Donald Trump. Well, this will help with that, because what this actually will do is this, when you give them a nice massage in their back and everything, it will actually help them feel better about everything. And by the time the massage is over, you might get some. And so that's Trump Anti-Rage Rub. Try it today. Trump-infused medicated MAGA rubbing cream. All right, and MAGA, this is the big one for you guys. MAGA, just take one of these pills and it's going to be huge. MAGA, from the makers of Trumpanol. This male supplement can be used to make your performance better in bed. Show that chick who your commander-in-chief is, and show him your commander-in-chief. And she wouldn't be such a bitch all the time if you just threw her some. So there you go. That's MAGA. It's going to be huge, from the makers of Trumpanol, the little blue pill to help you shut her up. And MAGA wipes. When you get home from that demonstration that you were at, you've got that liberal juju all over you. These pH-balanced medicated wipes can now be used to get all the negative liberal left juju off of your body. They're absolutely amazing. Just a few of these rubbing around, next thing you know, you're clean and you get rid of all that bad feeling. And this, used in conjunction with our medicated pills or one of our other products, can actually make you feel much better about your life and your country in just a few short hours. So try these today. MAGA wipes, specially treated to help you wipe away the liberal bullshit. And lib block, very important. The last thing we want is more liberals, okay? And the best way to keep liberals from popping up is to put this on when you pop up, if you know what I mean. We really need to keep the liberal hordes down and the communist hordes down, and the best way to do that, if you're doing a chick until you're sure about her politics, make sure you use lib block. Lib block has a special spermicide that's specially designed to go after and attack Democrat sperms. This is an amazing product, and it will keep your little guys from ending up over there on the other side of the battle lines, if you know what I mean. So watch out for that. This is great. And then once you find out that she's a conservative, then of course you don't need these anymore if you don't want to. But lib block is amazing, and it will keep the liberal population down if we start really using these things. All right. And next, MAGA Meltdown THC-infused gummy bears. These amazing gummy bears, when you have a sudden attack of Trump derangement syndromes, just to chew up a few of these gummy bears, and next thing you know, you'll be normal and high. It's great. It's awesome. And you're going to feel so much better about your country, and you're going to want to Circle K for some snacks. It's going to be amazing. It's the MAGA Meltdown THC-infused Trumpanol gummy bears from the makers of Trumpanol. Get some today and quit being a loony bitch all the time. And finally, the MAGA Tugging Cream. MAGA Tugging Cream. From the makers of Trumpanol, this Trumpanol medicated infused spanking juice is designed specifically so that you can pound your pud all day long while your wife's out protesting and you won't injure it. This special lubricating cream is designed to cut down on frictional and mechanical injuries involving your pud. And so this is a great way for you to pound away the hours while you're waiting for her to get home, because you know you ain't going to get none anyway, because she's going to be all pissy when she gets home. You know how it is. So, just to take care of it with the tugging cream, if you know what I mean. But MAGA tugging cream, some amazing stuff to keep you occupied without frictional damage while she's away protesting. Tugging cream. Get some today and tug that shit out. And finally, Trumpons. Yep, you've heard of tampons. These are even better than tampons. These are Trumpons. These things will absorb 3 times the normal juices that a tampon will absorb. They'll keep you from feeling moist when you're protesting back and forth in the hot sun in Minneapolis. And they're going to help you when you're just spewing all your normal Democrat crap. This will be able to absorb it up so we don't have any accidents. It's amazing stuff. It's Trumpons from the makers of Trumpanol. And by the way, these Trumpons have been certified by Tampon Tim Wall's office to be used in men's rooms all over Minnesota. So you will start seeing Trumpons as a selection in the men's room in Minnesota. So if you're a man and you're in Minnesota and you need a tampon, don't just buy any tampon, buy Trumpons. Absorb that shit now. And finally, wouldn't it be nice if all this came in a med kit or something, right? Wouldn't that be cool? Well, it does. The new Mega Mad Kit. This is the Mega Mad Kit for you. This Mega Mad Kit has, that's a tongue twister. This Mega Med Kit has everything you could possibly need. Hey, Jaggle. I can't read the rest of your screen name right now, but hey, welcome aboard. But yeah, this stuff is great. This kit, when you keep this under your seat, and if you're driving down the road and you suddenly get the urge to, I don't know, pull a gun out on an ICE agent, or maybe you're driving your van with your dog and your girlfriend, and you decide that you want to run down an ICE agent, don't do it. Just pull out this case and go to town, man. I would go for the gummies first, right off the bat, and then you could probably chew up some of that MAGA strength, and it'll within a few minutes, it'll be good. But this is great because no matter what you need to do, the MAGA tugging cream's there, the condoms are there. Maybe you're at some liberal rally and you meet some liberal chick and you just want to bang her. Well, that's no big deal. You can do that because guess what? You've got your Lib Block condoms right here they come right in the package. Isn't that amazing? I think that's absolutely awesome. Yeah, so get this today because you know what? Honest to God, there's nothing better than being prepared. And next time you go deranged, you could be totally prepared. This even has MAGA bumper stickers. It also has gauze and Band-Aids and stuff like that so you can fix up any illiberal injuries that you got from scuffles with MAGA people. And it'll also has both types of cream. It has the preparation orange and everything right there in the back. And it's got the MAGA. So even when you get home, you can chew up a couple of them blue pills and maybe see if he'll work tonight. And yeah, that's going to be awesome. The entire MAGA Med Kit is here. Don't be deranged any longer. Treatment is here. The Mega Med Kit by the makers of Trumpanol. Get it today. Be prepared. Quit being an asshole. And Trumpanol is now available all over the place. Now available at CVS pharmacies, available at Piggly Wiggly all over the country, available at Buc-ee's right by the register or by the beef jerky, also located by the other beef jerky by the other register. And let's see, Trumpanol now at Circle K store, a full line of Trumpanol there. Your local weed dispensary, no problem. We've got it there too. Nothing calms your nerves like these two products used together right here. And then we've got Trumpanol at Publix. We've got Trumpanol at Walmart. We've got Trumpanol at Publix. We've got Trumpanol everywhere. Here we go. This is Trumpanol at another dispensary. The prices are pretty good there. And here is Trumpanol at Winn-Dixie. So you can get it there right next to the Preparation H and the Advil. And there it's at Radio Shack, right between the Duracell batteries and the wire snippers. So get them today. There is Trumpanol everywhere. And it's now available at Sky King Fireworks all over the country. So wherever you go to buy your illegal fireworks, you can now buy Trumpanol legally right over the counter at your favorite fireworks store. Get some today. And all fireworks are 2 for $1 through the end of the week. So get back to reality now, and you can also get them at Walgreens and at most places where psychedelic drugs are sold. Trump and all. Quit being such an asshole. Now, how is that for original content? Has Portland Andy done a 9-minute read about a medication that he made up himself? Let me ask. Was that original? Would you consider that original content? Nothing happened on Andy's channel. There's a troll in here that is telling me that Andy has all original content and I'm always copying his content, even though Andy does the same thing I do and we're both doing it under free use, fair use. So it's just a troll. It's a typical troll. He's probably a 16-year-old. He's probably using a bot to generate the answers. He's sitting in his mother's basement. He's not old enough to own his first car yet. It's probably a her. She's probably a lesbian and she has green hair. No, Portland Andy's doing great. He's got a great channel. I've never said a negative word about him. Portland Andy does not own this channel. I've never even met the guy or spoke to him. I just like him, and when I like somebody, I promote them. Also, when I fair use does not require the attribution, but yet I attribute my videos anyway. So I always provide attribution on my videos. So there you go. Yeah. If this was illegal, there would be all kinds of problems. Trust me, I have 1,200 of these videos, guys. I've been doing this for freaking 5 years. The only reason Portland Andy was brought up was because this idiot Crypto keeps telling me that I copied Andy and that I do my channel because Andy did his channel. And that's like saying Family Feud copied Price is Right. It's just an ignorant argument. And then he started saying that Andy puts out all original content, even though he doesn't. He's doing exactly what I'm doing here, which is talking and educating over the top of live videos that are coming in from all over the world. So we both do the same thing. That's why I know this is a troll, a big-time troll. But he's helping my algorithms. My chat rate is really high tonight. Therefore, my impressions are up, and I love it. Yeah, give your friends the link. I would love to have more trolls in here. I still have not been called a Nazi tonight. I don't think I've been called a fascist yet. But the night's, it's still kind of young. We've still got another hour or two here. So maybe we'll find somebody that would like to come in and maybe call me or Mama Kitty here a fascist or a communist or whatever they want to call us. Okay, Scientific, I just went through all this. Apparently you joined the channel late. Apparently you just joined and you didn't hear everything I just said. Okay, I have 1,200 of these videos. Do you know how many digits that is? It's 4. Okay, and I have none of them removed, none of them taken down, and I've never been copyright struck. Okay, that's number one. There's nothing illegal about what Portland Andy does, and there's nothing illegal about what I'm doing, and I'm sick of the accusations. Because accusing me of committing crimes is, we're starting to cross some lines there with YouTube. You accused me of committing crimes. Fair use is a legal doctrine of U.S. copyright law that permits the limited use of copyrighted material without requiring permission from or payment to the copyright owner. It is designed to balance the interest of creators with the public's need for freedom of expression and the progress of science and useful arts. This is how news operates. Hello? Because there's no simple formula, it basically goes by the percentage and it qualifies as fair use. Courts favor non-commercial, non-profit use. But any educational use qualifies. News use qualifies. Key consideration is whether the use is transformative. Is the use transformative? Meaning it adds new expression, meaning, or message, rather than merely substituting for the original. I do not rebroadcast. I never rebroadcast. I never go full screen on any of my rebroadcasts. So you got to understand that. That's the difference. I add new expression, new meaning, new messages. I do not just use the original content. It's a smaller representation of the original content. I do not just rebroadcast the original content. Using factual or published work is no more likely to be considered fair than using highly creative or unpublished works. However, stuff that's live always qualifies as fair use because it's happening right now. It's live. That's why most everything I put up is live. I don't do a lot of as live or was live or earlier. I don't do a whole lot of that. It's always live because if it's live, it's unchallengeable. Your work can be for profit and can be fair use. Absolutely. There is no distinction for either. If you are nonprofit, you can get away with rebroadcasting almost anything. But when you are for profit, you have to follow the fair use rules, which is what I do. The amount and sustainability, this considers both the quality and the quantity of what was used. Notice, I show it in lower quality. I show it in smaller quantity. I show it not the entire thing start to finish. I don't ever use the audio start to finish. The audio is only on one side or the other. It's completely transformed from its original form. Okay? I also scrunch the screen in. I don't use, in a lot of cases, I don't use the whole screen. I only use part of it. So it's everything I do here is fair use. And then finally, the examination on the damage to the fair market. And of course, this would not qualify for that either. I went through all of this earlier. Common examples of fair use. Criticism in commentary, check. News reporting, check. Teaching and scholarships, check. This is a science show. I do how-tos. I show people how to do stuff all the time. Both ham radio, technology, science. This is a teaching show. Also parody. I do a lot of parody. What I just did was satire. That's parody. I just did it on the screen with the whole Trump and all thing. So all of these things that I do are all covered under fair use completely. This has full legal standing, and it is an affirmative defense, meaning that the user has the burden of proving that their use was fair or sued if sued. Okay? So in other words, if someone, and I have had a few people write me and say, you're using my video, and I send them back a form letter that I have here that explains fair use to them, and I've never heard a word back. It's fair use. It's the way it is. And if you don't like it, don't come to these channels and support these channels. Because even when you come in here and call me a Nazi and you're an asshole to me all night, it doesn't matter. It helps my algorithms. You're helping the channel. You are literally helping the channel. So if you don't want to help the channel, if you don't like what the channel's doing, get out. No one's asked you to be here. You're just stupid. Just get rid of him. That fudge guy, just get rid of him. He's an asshole. Look, if someone is this stupid, I mean, I literally showed him the law, I read him the law, and he just keeps putting the same thing in over and over and over again. And it's probably, I think, at least two of these people are the same person. They're using two different browsers. So, if you guys want to troll me and you want to argue with me about the topic, that's fine. But if you're just going to keep putting in nonsense like that, accusing me of crimes is not going to be tolerated in here. Especially when I just read the damn law to you, and you're too stupid to even understand it. But I don't think it matters because you're just a troll. Trolls are little people. Of all the people in our society, of all the different walks of life, you've got your recluses, you've got your people that are outgoing, you've got your people that love to be in front of cameras and people that never go in front of cameras. You got people that like to talk in front of groups and people that don't like to talk. No matter what it is, we've got all these different people and all these different people. They all do all these different great things. And then you got one other kind of person out there, and that's a troll. A troll is a person that gives nothing to society. They've made nothing that's successful. They've done nothing that's of worth. They've never been an entrepreneur. They've never done any philanthropy. They've never raised money for autistic kids. I've done more philanthropy in my life than any 10 of you probably. You guys have no idea how much philanthropy I've done. I've raised myself over $100,000 for muscular dystrophy. I'm telling you, I'm the philanthropist from way back. And so when people come in here that have achieved nothing in their life, they've achieved nothing in their life, and they come in here and they give me a hard time. I'm halfway through my second career. I was a fire chief in my first one. I'm successful, and it's that success that you hate. So you're either trolling me because you're politically different than me, or you're success envy. It's success envy. So I don't know which it is. Is it that you're just a stupid liberal and you don't understand politics and you're just in here fighting the fight that your friend taught you how to fight? Or are you truly a little person? Are you truly an undeveloped soul that sits there in your mom's basement and literally does nothing but trash things in society because you can't stand to look success in the face because you know you'll never feel it and you'll never touch it yourself. And because of that, you've become this little spiteful man that just sits there and types. What a piece of shit. You're probably so lazy you've got a bot that's doing the typing for you and you're just directing it. That's the disgusting part. No one is mad about Portland Andy. Jesus. No one is mad about Portland Andy. No one has said anything negative about Portland Andy except this one ass. I'm using his content. He does the same thing I do. We do it very differently. Okay? We're both operating 100% legal. He's a great guy. I've never met him. But there's nobody upset with Portland Andy in here. I want to make that perfectly clear. That was some piece of shit that came in here trolling me. And unintentionally, I think, trolling Portland Andy as well. Portland Andy did nothing wrong. He's a great guy. I like the guy. I really do. I sit and watch his content if I'm not on. I'm not mad as much as I'm aggravated because they attacked Portland Andy in here and then they attacked me, and I hate that. Because what it is, these trolls are people who are, they're little people that have never been successful in their life, and all they do is go around and they try to hurt people that are successful, or they hurt people that are trying to be successful. They hurt people that are trying to be entrepreneurial. They hurt people that they perceive as different than them politically. They're out to just hurt whoever they can hurt, and I hate those kind of people. And I just had 3 or 4 of them come in here and start this whole thing up with Portland Andy. No one in my room, none of my people said anything negative about Portland Andy. We like Portland Andy. So that's the bottom line. I'm not mad at anybody else. I'm not pissed. I'm not yelling. It is aggravating when these trolls come in here because they basically use insanity to get under my skin, because I can't stand people who are insane and they know they're being insane and they're doing it on purpose. I can't stand that. Regular insane people, they're okay. But the ones that are insane on purpose, I can't stand. Yeah. No, I kind of thought that at first too, but no, I don't think so. I don't think so. Because this person was attacking me pretty hard, and I don't think that's not normally how Portland Andy would do his business. I don't think it had anything to do with that. I think, well, it's not that, it's not everybody being mean to me. There was 3 or 4 bots. There were 3 or 4 bots in here just giving me a really hard time, and then everybody that was coming in kept saying, "Why is everybody hating on Portland Andy?" Like, nobody is hating on Portland Andy. It's these bots that are coming in here. That's all. It's a misunderstanding because of, and this is the kind of thing these people do. They come into a chat room and they purposely, they're probably going to go to Portland Andy's chat room now, and they're going to tell him that I was talking shit about him over here tonight, which is fine, because if he comes and watches it, he'll see exactly what happened. Yeah, that's not the real Portland Andy. So see, now they're coming in here acting like Portland Andy, putting an S on the end. That's clever, moron. If Portland Andy wants to contact me as a creator to creator, we have ways of contacting each other, and he will contact me. I'd love to talk to him. But I'm not the type person that goes out and fanboys people. All right, let's see where we're at here. All right, it's no biggie, guys. Like I said, it's helped our algorithms. Algorithms are up tonight, and our numbers were not that great earlier, but they've come up some, so that's nice. It's difficult on the weekends. I actually get better numbers during the week, unless there's something going on. If there's something going on the weekend, then I can do a little better on the weekend. Whew. All right, let's see what we got. Let me see what other videos have come back online here. Could you imagine if we lived in a world where every single idea could be completely copyrighted? So that, like, when they invented the first game show, that's it. That's the only game show we could ever have. I mean, that's the kind of logic these people have. It's just stupid. It's literally stupid people. And when you go to do something, somebody's done everything before. Do you know how difficult it is to find something that no one's done before? You can't. And so to say, well, Portland Andy, he did this first. He did the multi-screen before you did. I don't know who did it first. I've been doing it 5 years. And I didn't see Portland Andy for a while when I first started because he was probably smaller and I was very small. But I've been doing this a very long time. And, yeah, they're just using multiple accounts to come back in. But it doesn't matter who did it first because Portland Andy and I are not competitors. We're not. He does his thing, I do my thing. There is literally billions of people connected to this. So he gets a lot more viewers than I do, and that's perfectly fine. He deserves it. He's probably been doing it longer than me. I don't know for sure. But to say that because he's doing it, I can't do it, that's ridiculous. And to say that because other people are putting up these streams, I can't restream them, that's ridiculous. That's what the whole argument was about, those 2 points. And then they started saying that Portland Andy was all original content and I was all reused content, when the truth is Andy and I both have a blend of content. We talk some, we talk mostly, we also play some natural sound. We both have our funny things we play on the screen. We both go on location about once a week. So there's a lot of things here that, you know, yeah, see, they're changing their name now to be like my name. You know, keep doing it, and that's fine. Thank you, moderators, for staying on top of that. If it's somebody lying about who they are, they just go right away. I don't even care if they stay in for a second. Yep. So it's important if somebody's going to troll somebody, you should at least know something about what you're trolling. If you're going to troll somebody over fair use, then you should understand for yourself the fair use laws. You know, it makes you a better troll. Yeah, this camera zooming thing is a problem. I'm working on a way right now to disable that function completely because it's these cameras are almost worthless to me right now. Even though I've got all that turned off, they still zoom and move and do things they're not supposed to be doing. Yeah, that's probably it. Their mommy won't turn on the heat in the basement, and they're all cold and pissy down there. Yeah, and it's not guys, it's one guy. I bet you all 3 or 4 of those were one person. You could tell they're young, too, because of the stupid shit. He kept writing the theft-stealing douchebag. Theft-stealing. I'm stealing theft? How did I do that? I mean, you can just tell when someone's like a juvenile and when someone's like they're not very literate. You can just really see it. Okay, so let's take one last look over here at the news and what's going on in the world out here. I can't believe that they have now promoted Khamenei's son to Supreme Commander. He will probably, he might not make it through tomorrow. We'll see. I'm worried that they're going to take him out of the country is what I'm thinking. They'll just get him and take him to Russia. Yeah, they would disappear and then another one would come up. They probably got two different browsers because no more than two of them could be in at one time. Yeah. And I went to every one of those channels. One of the things I do when someone comes in, I go to your channel so I can see if there's any information I can glean. And every single one of them has a brand new channel started today, and they all have 0 subscribers, 0 videos, and 0 views. Yeah, I'm going through all these videos, but man, I'm telling you guys, it's nothing but spoofs right now. I can't find any protest videos anywhere. I'm actively looking right now for protest videos. If anybody finds anything, let me know. I can even do one from another service. If we get 1 or 2 from another service, I could probably put them up, like Facebook or something. But I can't, I don't see anything else in here. Yeah, even the other composite channels like mine are showing daytime protesting, which obviously it's dark everywhere in the U.S. now. Yeah, it was just a kid with multiple accounts that decided to come in and attack me and Portland Andy at the same time. So, as usual, I gave him hell. I just got a little grumpier than I normally do. No, that's fine, Standard. That's perfectly fine. You're not in here criticizing my channel all the time. If you came in here and kept saying, your channel's shit, it's garbage. Every time I come in, your channel's garbage, it's shit. I would put it back in your face. Well, why don't you create something? But, that being said, you're my friend. You're in here. You're not wanting to create anything. I get that. That's fine. I understand that. My point is, if you're in here criticizing me for my channel, then I can criticize you for your channel. It's fair game at that point. I've never even been to any of you regular people's channels. Dehydrated Water, Neighbor, Moorhead. I've never even clicked on your channels. All right? I think in some of your cases I'm subscribed to you, I do believe. If not, I will. But I don't do that to everybody, but when I'm being trolled, I do, because they're trolling me about the quality of my channel. And so one part of my counterpoint with them is actually going to be, hey, you're criticizing my channel, yet you've not done the first thing. There's nothing wrong with not doing it. But if you're going to criticize me constantly, you're going to hear from me that, hey, why don't you do it if you're so good at it that you're going to criticize me all the time? That's all I'm saying. I didn't mean that to be a slam on everybody. Look, if everybody was a creator, who would watch? I'm not a fool. I watch about 2 hours a day of YouTube. I do. I listen a lot, too. You know something I do? I put YouTube on in the car. But the phone's not where I can see it. I'll put on a 25-minute constitutional video or a First Amendment audit video or some video where the guy's talking about something I'm interested in, or a Star Trek commentary. I've been watching a lot of Star Trek commentary on this new horrible Star Trek that's coming out, the Academy program. It's terrible. And so I listen a lot to YouTube, but I'm not watching. I'm just listening. I do that in the car a lot. Yes, exactly, Lunabug. Exactly. If you're a little skinny prick, you shouldn't be going around calling everybody fat, because you don't know what it's like to be predisposed to being overweight. But if I'm fat, I mean, I consider myself fat. I mean, I'm not huge, but I've got a big belly. I consider myself fat. And so I'll call people fat. Look, you're fat, I'm fat, let's be fat. But that's true. You know, if you're fat and you're going to call me fat, then I can turn around and call you fat. That's perfectly fine. Yep, there he is again. What an idiot. And you're gone. That's how it works. Goodbye. Goodbye. Thank you, neighbor. No, I'm not upset at all. No, I got a little heated because of the barrage of attacks I was getting on me, but no, I'm not upset. I haven't been upset yet tonight. Well, they're already well underway making season 2 of Academy. That's the problem, and it's very hard to scuttle a show that's half shot. They're not going to want to do it. But Alex Kurtzman is not getting his contract renewed. That's one of my predictions right now. They're not going to renew this asshole's contract. Okay, that's the big one. They can't renew it. Even if Star Trek Academy season 2 ends up getting produced and released, nobody's going to watch it anyway. The viewership is so low right now that it doesn't even make the top 25 streaming on just their service alone, and it's a brand new show. You know, the first episode was on YouTube. It had less than 4,000 organic viewers. And you know something else? The second episode that was on Paramount Plus was doubled by reruns of Everybody Loves Raymond, which went off the air 20 years ago. This show is garbage. It's the dregs of the universe. It's ruining Star Trek. The only thing that'll save Star Trek now, and I hate to say this because I'm getting old, they got to fire Kurtzman. They got to put it all on the back burner and let it sit for 5 years. I'm sorry, but that's what they have to do. They have to put it on the back burner because people are burned out right now with all this woke bullshit that they've been putting out. They need to put it on the back burner and they let it sit for 5 years. And then, once it's sat and simmered for a while on the back burner, then we need to pull it back up and we need to start making real Star Trek. Do you want to know what real Star Trek looks like? I got 700 episodes of Star Trek. There's 700 episodes that you can go back and look at and see what I want to watch. How can they keep making shit that we don't want to watch when there's 700 episodes of what we want to watch already been made? How stupid can they be? And then they sit around in their writers' meetings. Why does nobody like our show? I thought they'd love it, especially with the 3 gay Klingon love triangle with the guys in skirts. I thought they would love that part. I mean, these people are stupid or something. Even the hardcore Trek people are hating on this. There's a few Star Trek shills out there, but let's not get into that. All right, and just so everybody knows, there's people in here spoofing all of our names at this point, so just be wary of it. Okay, and standard, I would be perfectly fine with that. They could literally delete everything they've shot so far. Yep, and for those of you who haven't seen it yet, let me put on my woke Trek slideshow for a minute. Let me see. Oh yeah, here it is. Here we go. Let's do woke Trek. Here, this is my little woke Trek slideshow for you guys. This is all about Alex Kurtzman's woke Trek, with all of your gay Klingons and your polyamorous gay Klingons dancing around in their rainbow skirts, fighting with candy canes. That's what my show has devolved into. Everything's got a rainbow. Everything's gay as hell. Everybody's out of shape. Everybody's worthless. Everybody has emotional problems. Everybody's taking medications for it. This is just a shit show. It's literally a shit show. It's a show about shit. I don't know. I don't know what to even do at this point about this show. I can't watch it. I've been watching it. You know why I watch it? Because you know what? When you see two trains coming and they're on the same track, what do? You watch the trains hit each other, right? That's called you can't look away. That's what that's called. And that's where I'm at right now. This is such a shit show and a train wreck that I can't look away. I can't look away. Yeah, there's Captain No Shoes on the bridge in her goddamn pajamas. And there's shit in her mouth. She goes, Captain's logs. Captain's logs, storage 296. Starfleet Academy is a ship, and we fly around space now. And I got shit in my mouth. They hired me, and they said you can talk with shit in your mouth. It's perfectly fine. And the bridge looks like fucking Denny's, doesn't it? This is a terrible show. You don't want to know what I really think about this show. This show makes me believe in arson. This show is just bad. It's terrible. It's woke trek. There's a three-way gay Klingon love triangle, and the Klingon wears a skirt. Have you ever... What if Gene Roddenberry saw a Klingon in a skirt? What do you think he would say? This was supposed to be the most masculine race in the galaxy, and they've got them prancing around in skirts, talking about, oh, I love looking at birds. The guy that plays the Klingon is so gay, they bring his voice down 2 octaves. Watch his voice. You can tell they're dubbing it. He's literally... And you can tell, and then when they interview him on the red carpet a while back, they interview me because I like playing the gay Klingon. It's so fabulous. I just love it. And I'm like, oh my God, no wonder they have to octave him down. Holy crap. My God. What have they done to my Star Trek? Gay Fleet Academy. Kurtzman Woke Trek, Gay Fleet Academy, whatever it's called. Terrible. And I don't know. And you know what my thing is? I talk like this, and people will immediately say, oh, this guy's a homophobe. No! I have no problem with gay people. I have a problem with this. All right? And the bridge does look like Denny's. I have a problem with this. I'm fine with gay folks. I have a problem with this. I would have no problem if one of the officers on that ship was gay. I would have no problem with it. But they're all gay. That's not good. That's not the way life is. And shit in her mouth. That's not the way life is. I want it to be like real life. I don't mind one gay person. There should be a couple of black folks, a couple of white folks, a couple of Asian folks. I don't mind that. Gene Roddenberry did that in the original. Because we're all going to be out there. We're all going to be in space when we go. And we're all fine with that. And then we have to get to this drivel. We have to get to this point here. Where the women are tough and the men are stupid and wimps. They've got women that are 100 pounds overweight in the academy. Really? Used to be you had to be very physically fit to get in Starfleet Academy. Except we don't body shame anymore. So they got a cadet that's in a wheelchair. There's no wheelchairs 1,000 years from now. Not only can they fix your legs, they could put you in a robotic body, for Christ's sake. But they had to put that person in a wheelchair in there because we had to accept everybody. They've got one person that has anxiety syndrome. You can't be the phaser officer on a starship with anxiety syndrome. It's like there's no standards anymore for Starfleet Academy. Oh, she doesn't like... I don't like... She says... I said, Captain, why do you wear pajamas on the bridge and why do you never wear shoes? And she says, I don't wear Captain's Log. I don't wear shoes because I just don't like them because they make me feel sweaty and dewy, you know. And I like my jammies have little warp cores on them. Isn't that cute? It's so cute, little warp cores on my jammies. She's terrible as a captain. How can you give phaser orders with shit in your mouth? Phasers on target fire. We covered the tornadoes last night and the night before. I've not been notified of any tornadoes tonight. Yeah, it's like a misfit. It's like literally the Academy on the island of misfit toys. Okay? Yeah, I went all the way back to Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. Yeah, it's the island of misfit toys. I don't know. All I know is I am extremely unhappy with this Star Trek, and I really want them to do something about it. But at this point, the only thing they can do is just pretend like it didn't happen. There's no fixing this. Even if the second season could be rewritten, which it can't because it's already in shooting, even if the second season could be rewritten, I don't think you can save this show. Even if you got people like me that actually know what Star Trek is, I don't think any of the writers have ever actually watched Star Trek. I think that all these 19-year-old and 22-year-old writers that they've got in this writer's room, that looks more like the employee lounge from a McDonald's, and they've got all these young whippersnappers in there writing for a television show that was made 25 years before they were born. And not only that, but they don't understand what it's about, they don't understand what it does, and they don't understand the people like me that like it. And I think that's where they're screwing up the biggest. They're making Trek Fleet for them. They're making a show for them. They want the world to all be gay. They want the world to all be feminine. They want all the masculine stuff to go away. They want estrogen served in the hallways out of dispensaries. They just want it to be chick Trek. You got Alex Kurtzman. He could gay up anything, man. This guy, he is, and I mean, Discovery was gay. There was way too much gayness in that show. And then when they came out with Strange New Worlds, they're like, look, we're going to dial back the gay a little bit. And they did. In the one show, I think everybody was gay except for the captain because she actually did a guy. And then when the next show came out, Strange New Worlds, they're like, look, let's back off the gay a little bit. They toned it down. Only about half the crew in that one is gay. Yeah, the Borg could not even. You could assimilate this, and it would not. It would not work. It would be bad. I don't know. There's no way of fixing this. You're doing it 1,000 years in the future, and yet every episode they talk like a bunch of kids from right now. They literally are like all. See, Star Trek was always a little foreign. I want you to think about this. Original series, Next Generation. It was always a little different than the way it is here. They didn't use a lot of the same vernaculars that we use here. They wouldn't use a lot of the little sayings that we use here. You know, oh, you got punked, or something like that. They wouldn't do that because they would use ones like in the future, or they would use ones you've never heard before, or they would just use straight language. This show is constantly using what I call teen speak, which is the language, and they're doing this on purpose because they want this show to relate to a new generation of Star Trek fans. However, what they've done is they made something that's not an interest to anybody. It's not an interest to new Star Trek fans, and everybody that's already a Trekkie hates it. So what they actually did was manage to alienate the people they had and alienate the people they were trying to get, which is very common in remake shows nowadays. Very, very common. Whether they're remaking Magnum PI or they're remaking some other show, they're getting ready to remake Stargate. I'm praying they don't F this one up. If they make a woke piece of shit Stargate, I'm going to be so mad. I'm hoping that if Alex Kurtzman shows up anywhere near MGM or wherever they're shooting it now, I'm hoping that security removes him. The Borg would pull up and say, we're not going to assimilate you because that would be a step down. Yes, everybody loved the Orville. Look, I love Seth MacFarlane, and I love his humor, okay? I love Family Guy. I love all the Trek that's in Family Guy. Some of the funniest Trek spoofs are in that show, Family Guy. And Seth MacFarlane loves Star Trek, and I think that's why that show came out so good. I watched every episode. They dealt with gay themes. There's the two men that have the baby. And the baby was a boy, but the baby wanted to be a girl. You remember that? It was done in a tasteful way. And it wasn't beat over your head. It was one episode or two episodes. I don't mind that. I don't mind a gay episode. I don't want a gay show. I want my Star Trek back. I want Star Trek back the way Star Trek was originally. Looks like a bunch of the cameras went down over in the Middle East. We should be looking at first light there in about 45 minutes. Yeah, it's like Tampon Tim wrote the script or something. I don't know. Enterprise was good. So I like Scott Bakula, and I like Enterprise, and I'm still disappointed that didn't get its last 2 years. But that's okay. That was a good show. And Deep Space Nine and Voyager, in my opinion, are the best. I go back and forth as to which one I like better. I love Deep Space Nine. It is a dark political intrigue piece that is just really good. I love Deep Space Nine. I love the characters and everybody, the actors, just great writing. And then Voyager, I think Voyager is probably my favorite. I love Catherine Janeway as captain. I love Kate Mulgrew. She did a great job. And I love that show. That was a great show. Showed women strong. Showed everybody as equals. Showed normalcy. Showed everything. It was a great show. And it was great because we got our first woman captain, and she did wonderful. And she proved that women can be just as good captains as guys. In fact, I'm surprised the number of guys that love that show better than all the others, just like me. And it's not necessarily because of that one character, but it's partially because of that. I love that show, and I love her in that part. She is badass. No, I've never watched that, Heath. Nope. Yep, USS Liberty. That's actually the name I use for my fictitious ship on this channel. I don't say it much, but it's in the graphics and stuff. You'll see it. It's the USS Liberty, NCC 1776. That's our ship. It exists completely in my mind. And the bombers in New York, they did yell "Allahu Akbar," so I mean that was definitely either a sleeper cell or it was an intrusion, one or the other. But that was definitely a terrorist act carried out by Muslims. So let's not sugarcoat it. That's what it was. Whether it was sleepers, which means our own people turning against us, or it could have been a sleeper that was sent over from somewhere else that was able to entrench themselves here. It was one of those two scenarios. Apparently chaos erupted after a SWAT has swarmed a Southwest jet. This happening just a few hours ago. A Southwest flight diverts to Atlanta Airport. Armed tactical units detain man in frightening security scare. Southwest passengers were told hold their hands up and put their heads down as armed officers boarded the plane Friday night following reports of a security threat. Passengers endured a terrifying ordeal last Friday when SWAT teams reportedly swarmed their plane and forcibly removed a passenger at gunpoint following an emergency landing prompted by the potential security threat. The removal occurred about 9 p.m. on Friday night in Atlanta on Southwest Airlines Flight 2094, which had departed from Nashville and was bound for Fort Lauderdale Hollywood International Airport near Miami, according to Federal Aviation Administration. Southwest Airlines Flight 2094 landed safely at Hartsfield-Jackson Atlanta International Airport Friday evening after diverting to respond to a possible security matter. Are they not going to tell us what it is? According to witness reports on social media, passengers had been sitting on the plane for over an hour, confused, when authorities suddenly swarmed the jet and ordered everyone to put their heads down and their hands up. Multiple videos went viral showing the frightened passengers raising their hands above their heads as tactical units wearing Atlanta police vests swarmed the plane and arrested the individual. The officers were then heard yelling at the passengers, "Stand up, let's go, stand up," before they cuffed and dragged them away. Authorities said multiple local and federal agencies responded to what the FAA described as a passenger disturbance. The FBI's Atlanta office said their agency, alongside the Atlanta Police Department, investigated and interviewed the individual, but found no credible threat and confirmed no charges will be filed. So this was all for nothing. Authorities did not explain why the passenger in question triggered security response. Why? Because it's embarrassing. The government never tells you what's happening when it's embarrassing. They're not explaining what happened because they way overreacted here. If they didn't overreact, they would have told us what was wrong. Anytime the government doesn't tell you something, for the most part, when it's something like this, where if you told me what happened, it might be better. No. This must have been something where they misinterpreted something, they overreacted something, something like that. And that's going to end up being what happened. But, I mean, had he been a threat, then they would have been reacting properly, I guess. I don't know. I don't know the whole situation. I don't know anything, really. The passengers had to sit for an additional 90 minutes after the man was removed before deboarding and allowing police canines to check their bags. Passengers were eventually able to board a new aircraft and arrived in Florida around 4 a.m. in the morning. That sucks. Porter said, adding that the short 2-hour flight turned into a 9-hour nightmare. Fox Business reached out to Southwest, but of course, no one's talking. They reached out to Atlanta, no one's talking. They reached out to the airport, no one's talking. They reached out to Southwest, no one's talking. Why? Because they never tell us shit anymore. I get so sick of it. They even hold press conferences to tell us that they're not going to tell us anything. Airstrike in Beirut. Well, we've got the screens up. That's all I have. I went through a little while ago and looked for more screens. Let me take a quick peek. It's 9:52 on the East Coast, and it's 6:52 on the left coast. 8:52 at Tampon Tim's office in Minnesota, and we are currently watching the Middle East, where we have had several attacks overnight. We could hear the air raid sirens going off. Let me bring up the audio and see if we've got anything going on. All right, and that speech over there is a day and a half old, but it's the last time he spoke, so they just keep showing it. All right, well, there's all the audio from all the different Middle East cameras all at one time, left and right ears. Let me look for more cameras real quick. I don't see any protest cameras at all. I've actually been putting some thought into something. I've been considering trying to do this broadcast with two separate computers. Have one computer that composites everything and then sends it streaming into the other computer, and all the other computer has to do is broadcast it. And that might make it to where I can even put up more and do more. I still could do quite a bit. This thing's a Ryzen 9 and everything's maxed out, 64 gigs of RAM. Everything's pretty much maxed out in it. The bus rates are really high on the board, and it does really good. But I'm thinking if I had a Linux computer actually compiling the video, it might be better. No, there is no protest video on YouTube at all. All right, let's see here. We got dispatch. You know what? You could be right, because we have definitely seen a major decrease in the amount of protesting. Especially right now. There has been a call to action last weekend and another call for action both Saturday and Sunday this weekend. It just didn't happen. They had a couple in New York. New York had some protesting, a little bit in Portland, a few people in Minnesota. Nothing. I mean, when you compare it to the number of people in this country, it was 0.000000001%. I mean, Elizabeth Warren is more Indian than that. Are you kidding me? Come on. But no, I think there might be something to that, dispatch. There's been a marked decrease. Even though we have a new reason to protest, there's not new protesters. Yeah, they're probably playing Discovery anywhere they can play it right now that'll get views. There's things I like about Discovery. I like the Saru character. I like Shaniqua Martin Green as an actress. I thought it was very terrible that they started her out in the show as a criminal. She's a mutineer. And I could never warm up to her character the whole time. In 5 years, like 4 years, however long that shit ran, I watched it all, and I could never warm up to her character. Why? She started out as a mutineer. She was mutinous. In Starfleet, if you're mutinous, you're done. You'll never see the light of day again. And so she mutinied, she goes to prison, and because of this long string of circumstances, in 1 year, she's the captain of a starship. Horseshit. It's Kurtzman Trek. Anytime Kurtzman is involved, you can be, I don't know if you've noticed, but like if you're watching Academy, every single episode, the kids do something they're not supposed to do, and she lets them off the hook. Every single episode, at least one of the children do something really bad, something that would get them completely expelled from the academy over and over and over and over again, and it never happens. It never happens. Because in Kurtzman Trek, nobody's ever wrong, nobody's ever fired. You know, it's very, just, I don't know. It's all about hearts and feelings and bullshit. And and that show is like something right off of CW6. It's literally like it's like 90210. It's like a newer version of that. You could take the Starfleet Academy part away, and you would still have a show about teenagers that's written really poorly. That is coming on browser 2, which is this middle one up top there with all the composite screens on it. I don't know why that, I don't know what that little alert is, but I'll turn it off for right now. Well, that's what I'm wondering, if it's some kind of alert.
Do it. We can do it pretty easily.
Now I hear sirens. Maybe that is some kind of alert. Yep, here we go. That feed's coming over one of the feed, that alert sound.
This is you. While it doesn't look like much, this paints a picture of
it isn't much
on your cell phone, going back years. And
Boy, there was suddenly just a lot of movement. But it is going to be first light there before long. All right. Yeah, I think they might have got him because I didn't see anything come all the way down. I did not know about this website. Thank you very much.
צבע אדום, צבע אדום, צבע אדום.
That is what we're hearing. Thank you for that. I have that now, and something I can not only keep on in the background, it's something I can also show. Thank you very much for that. I did not know about this. I assume it lights up on the map or something, I'm hoping. Does this put something on the map? Do you guys know? Does it put like a red thing on the map or something? I'm wondering if I capture this map, because I may put up a... No, I did. This is the first time I've ever seen it. It is real neat. I can't tell what's a plane coming in and what's a garbage truck. Oh, in Golan Heights. Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, this is awesome. I had no idea this even was available. I like it because it has 4 different native languages built into it too, and English, of course, is one of them. Oh, that's awesome. So if this starts happening, I could literally take this map. I may add this to my feed that I've got up. You know, you guys know I've got up a 24/7 feed right now with the aircraft tracker on it. I could put this right in the corner of the screen there. That would actually work. All right, let's see. TZEVA. Okay, let's see if we can set this up for a screen capture. Add. Alerts. Okay, Windows capture X composite, and I'm going to capture Tofar, go, and then I'm going to reduce the size of the screen down to just the map. And then I can stick it right here. I can put a text in. Alerts text. What's this thing called? TZOFAR. All right, bear with me, guys. I'm putting this on the other channel over there. Okay, so I've added this, and now I'm adding a caption to it to explain what it is. Okay, that's up. Okay, let's see what happens when an alert comes in. All right, I've got that up over there right now. In the corner of the screen, I've got the map up with the alert. I may do more with that at some point. I can take this and put it up on my spare screen over here, so now I have it up all the time right there. And then I can go here. I hear somebody singing. They sing better than the Democrats, though. Man, I got to do a cleanup on this thing really bad. Let's see here. Weather. We'll see if this works, but I got it up right there, and I want to see if the alerts pop up
At
on
Walden
here.
University, I can get the W.
Oh my God,
With
give me a
multiple ways
break
of
with
leveraging-
these ads. Damn it. All right, guys, I'm still looking for more feeds here. See if we can find anything. It's getting kind of late, but I'm hanging in there with you. Yeah, and I don't think Lebanon, do they have that system in Lebanon? Mama kitty. I mean, you know that I hate to say this, but you know Israel's a bunch of scumbags when. I'm sorry, not Israel. I'm sorry, Iran is a bunch of scumbags when they just start lobbing bombs over their borders. They lobbed bombs in the gutter. They lobbed bombs into Syria. They lobbed bombs into Beirut. They lobbed bombs into two other places I can't remember the name of. What is wrong with these people? Two countries attack them, and they attack one of those countries and 5 other countries not related. That's just crazy. That's crazy. More feeds and less ads. What is that? What would you like me to do? Cancel my monetization and not be able to do anything better with the channel? I mean, I don't know, guys. I don't beg for supers. I don't do, I don't beg you for money for memberships. All you got to do is watch the ads. That's it. I'm sorry. There's nothing I can do about that. I'm trying to build a business here. I'm trying to build a network. And to do that, I have to be able to make some money. Well, I'm perfectly fine with Israel. I'm never been a fan of Iran. They're a bunch of terrorists. And not all of them. There's actually good people. There's good people everywhere. Unfortunately, they end up being jerks sometimes, whatever. All right. Well, there's nothing wrong with Israel. I don't understand all the hate for Israelis. I really don't. As I call it, Jew hate. I get sick of it. I don't know. I grow weary of it. It's like I'm not a Jew. I have a lot of Jewish friends, but I'm not a Jew. But it bugs me to hear how many people just dislike the Jews. They just dislike them. Why? I don't know. I just do. I just think we can do better than that. We quit hating everybody else because of who they were. I don't know why this is any different. It's just a lot of hate. I did find a shot out of Portland. It looks like there might be a small protest in Portland right now, maybe 7 or 8 people. Looks like 5 people. Oh, one was a bystander. And looks like he must... Okay, so 1 left and 1 came. So we're still at 6 people. And Bruce Springsteen, the man that sounds like he's shitting anytime he's singing. Bruce Springsteen, who is an anti-American that has made much of his living off singing about how great America is. Bruce Springsteen faces growing criticism over his sky-high ticket prices for his anti-Trump democracy tour. Here he is doing a tour. He's doing an anti-capitalist tour. Now, I want you guys to think about this. Bruce Springsteen hates capitalism, and he's going to do a anti-capitalism show, right? He hates Trump. He hates capitalism, and he's going to do basically a show about the fact that he hates those things, right? And he hates capitalism so much. He hates capitalism so much that he's charging $7,000 a piece for floor seats at his anti-Trump rally. The nosebleed seats are $1,000 a piece. The lower seats are $4,000. The floor seats are $7,000 a piece to go see some washed up old geriatric communist sing about how he loves and hates America at the same time. So basically, you've got a rich white liberal that's made a concert for rich white liberals to come and talk about how everybody's a victim. Yeah, Bruce, he can't, he wouldn't be able to sing if he didn't have to shit. That's the only reason he can sing is because he has to shit all the time. That's what it sounds like when he's singing. Yeah, I hate hate too. If you're going to hate, you might as well hate hate, right? That's what I always say. Yep. I agree that religion has caused a lot of violence over the years. And yeah, you got 3 religions crashing here. You got, it is what it is. I agree that a lot of this comes from that. I saw Stevie Nicks about 6 years ago. I went and street teamed. It was one of the last street teams I did. Street team is where you go out with the radio stations. I used to street team for all the rock stations because I liked it. It was fun. And they paid me to do it. And I would show up and I would bring out tables and tents and set up signs and give away books and t-shirts. And I used to love doing street team. And one of the last concerts I street teamed in the Aero van, which they sold shortly afterwards, was Stevie Nicks. And man, she was good. She's one of my favorites. Yeah. Well, you can enjoy the good parts of religion without necessarily partaking in it. I mean, I don't consider myself religious, but I am a Christian. And I do believe in the values of being a Christian. But, yeah, religion has caused a lot of issues over the years. And in most cases, it's not even the fault of the religion. It's not even, but in some cases it is. Like, the Quran is the only religion that actually teaches violence. It actually says that you should go out and murder the infidel. And so it's intrinsic in that one. Unfortunately, it's part of it. All the rest of them, including Judaism, including Christianity, and Buddhism, all the other ones, all the other major religions, all are basically, they start and end with peace. And they've still been used to kill lots of folks over the years, but hey. Yes, we did the full Trump and all commercial earlier. We had a few trolls in, so I took it as a good time to do the Trump and all commercial. Yeah. That's still the only actual protest that I can see. A couple guys walking around a convenience store. Nope, that's it. I love when people come in here and say Republicans are the ones full of hate. All you have to do is look at what's going on. The left always supports the bad guy, whether it's the drug-running dictator of Venezuela or the terrorist supporting Ayatollah of Iran, whether it is all the thousands of murderers and rapists that Joe Biden and his auto pen let out of prison, whether it's the illegals that come here illegally, or whether it's them supporting the terrorists, queers for Hamas, whether it's all these different things. No matter what it is out there, the Democrats always support the bad guys. They love terrorists, they love dictators, they love all these people, and they hate Donald Trump. And that's the bottom line. So when you guys start talking about how the right hates, and the right is filled with hate, that's laughable. It literally, people look at that and think you're that person's definitely deranged. You definitely need some Trumpanol. I definitely suggest Trumpanol for you. It will help. Drake, church has done all wrong, but that's for another show. I got friends that are religious. Heath, for instance, good friend, religious, wants me to go to church. I can't. I won't go to church. It's embarrassing to me. I'm not going to stand there with a group of people singing and I don't know what to say. I don't know what to do. There's no discussion. There's no issue. There's no nothing. You just sit there and shut your mouth and I don't know. I think church is kind of done wrong, in my opinion. If you ask a lot of people why they're religious, why don't you go to church? It's because of the way churches are done. A lot of people don't want to stand around with strangers and sing out of a book. I would never do that. And so until churches start doing things that are more conducive to the average crowd, I think the numbers will continue to drop. No, and I'm that way too, Carlotta. I mean, you know me. I don't need to be preached at. I know what's going on. I know what good and bad is, and I don't need to be reminded of what good and bad is. And I believe that your soul will do good if you do good, and your soul will do bad if you do bad. And so you can believe in whatever religion you want. The means and the ends are the same. Yeah. I mean, I love Christianity and the teachings. I don't think it's being done right, in my opinion. But that's for another show, probably. Yeah. Yeah, it's not my thing, but that's okay. I will fight for your right to be as religious as you want to be. I sound like a Quaker? Okay. I'm not a Quaker, but not everything they believe in is bad. I can tell you that. Carlotta loves that line. There you go. Yeah, women already got it made. That's right. Yes. Yes, William, you are correct. One party sterilizes children. One party changes children's sex without their parents' permission. One party kills babies in the womb, aborting them and killing them while they're alive, while they have a heartbeat and a brain. And that same party let out thousands of rapists and murderers from our prisons. And that party supports Maduro, the drug-running communist dictator of Venezuela. And that party supports the Ayatollah Khomeini and his successors and the terrorists in Iran. That party supports Hamas. That party supports everything on all the bad guys. The left supports all the bad guys. There's no way around it. And that's why the left, I don't believe anymore in working with the left. I don't believe in meeting in the middle. I don't believe in crossing the aisle. I don't believe in any of that anymore. It's no longer right and left. It's right and wrong. Only one of us can wear the white hat, and it's the Republicans. Because the Democrats always are for the bad guy. They're always for the criminal. They're always for the dictator. They're always for the complete piece of crap out there. And that's who they like. They like people that aren't willing to work. They like people that are social deviants. They like people that don't create nuclear families. They like people that don't go to church. They like people that join teachers' unions and do horrible things to our kids. They like people that do stuff like that. They like everything bad and negative about our society. And yet they'll come in here and tell me that we have the problem with hate. That's crazy. They're the ones that hate Jews just because they're Jews. Yeah, the Bible can completely be interpreted however you want to interpret it. Absolutely. People have used the Bible to justify genocide. Humans are nasty things. Yeah, Carlotta's got a couple of cats. I can show them to you if you want. I'm taking care of them right now. There we go. Yeah, so that's basically that. When it comes to the left and the right, you just have to look at it that way. What side always defends the bad guy? If this was a Western movie, who would be wearing the black hat? That's what you have to think. That is literally how simple this is. This is okay. Hold on, neighbor. Let's do this right. You ready? This is a news alert. We now have 6 people and a dog have showed up at a massive protest at the Portland ice facility. This happening now. This has been a Starship Adventures news alert. Was that good? They are the coalition of hate. And they'll stand there and tell you that you're a hater. It's like, what did they do the day before Tim Walz was announced as the vice presidential candidate? They came out and started calling J.D. Vance weird. Why did they do that? It was a preemptive strike because they were about to nominate somebody that was weird. This is how they think. Yep, we have six men and a dog, it looks like, or, well, maybe some of them are women, I don't know. Then again, it all depends on how they woke up and identified this morning. They might have all woke up and identified as males this morning. I'm a boy, and I'm going to pretend I have a penis today. What do you mean I'm B-roll carts? I don't do a lot of B-roll. Everything in my live shows is generally live, if at all possible. Oh, I don't know about all that. I don't know what you're talking about with J.D. Vance. I've never heard him say anything about Trump that either him or Trump or I didn't like, so I don't know what that would be. All right. So, oh, they got a hooker now? That's the one thing we've been needing at these protests is more sluts and more prostitutes. Maybe some those feather dancers, or is that just in Texas? That's right, William. If you think weird is normal and normal is weird, you definitely need Trump and all. It reverses your normality polarities. How about that? Calling all lot lizards. Is that still what the truckers call them on the truck lots? Lot lizards? All right, I'm expecting first light pretty soon here in Tel Aviv. Mike Pence. What a milquetoast piece of crap he turned out to be. Yes, and it has nothing to do with the Senate vote. I actually agree that he did everything right there. I just don't like him. A topless wheelchair woman. I don't know, but we could use one of those too. That's the sound from the protest. All right. I can't take that. It's too much music. I'll get hit for that. J.D. Vance is 100 times better than Pence. Generally standard, I agree with you, but generally speaking, anybody that has attained a high office like governor or president or chief of staff or something like that, you continue to call them that rank for the rest of their life. I don't necessarily agree with it, but if Bill Clinton walks in the room, you shake his hand, it's Mr. President. Absolutely. If a guy was a governor for 10 years and then he's gone now, he hasn't been the governor in 10 years, you would still shake his hand and call him Mr. Governor. There's nothing wrong with that. It's actually a show of respect. But yeah, I've dealt with that a lot over the years. Well, you can say former VP, but it's not necessary. You would just say, that, and we're now have on Vice President Pence, who's going to talk to us. That's not unusual. It's not uncommon. I don't necessarily like it either, though. I get your point. Yeah. Could you imagine Pence as president? He would have been the most milquetoast president ever. And what we have right now is the absolute epitome of the opposite of milquetoast. Hey, look, we're hanging out of the car. Oh, such disruptive anarchist attitudes that we have. Oh, wow. Look at us. We're free. Yay. We're throwing safety to the wind, kind of like we did our intelligence. Pence is better than Vance. I can't think of a single thing that would make Pence better than Vance. Not a single thing. And I have been intently involved in politics for 15 years now. And I cannot think of a single thing that Mike Pence did better than J.D. Vance. Pence didn't relate to the audiences. He didn't relate to the party. He took a soft line on everything. J.D. Vance is amazing. People love him. His approval ratings are twice what Vance's was, and or what Pence's was. And if Pence were to run right now, there's no way in hell he could ever be president. If he would have ran last time, there was no way he would ever be president. But J.D. Vance has got a really good shot at it, I think. I really do. Especially if him and Rubio announce early and often, I think they'll be good. Yes, Vance is very intelligent. Not that Pence wasn't, but I think Vance is very intelligent. That's true. They would not call Trump president. They called him former president. That's because just like it's an act of respect, it can also be an act of disrespect. Vance will not be a Republican candidate. Nobody wants this guy, and he knows it. He hasn't tried to run for anything or do anything or anything. He's done. He's done. I'm not worried at all. I think Vance Rubio would be an amazing ticket. Absolutely amazing ticket. I'm all in. Yeah, that would be cool, dehydrated water. I'll tell you who I'm looking for 10 or 12 years from now is my congressman, Byron Donalds. He's going to be a great president one day. I'm just telling you. I have this feeling deep down in my soul. I've known this man for a long time, and I really like him. And whatever. You guys know what I'm talking about. No, I'm not worried at all. J.D. Vance does a great job. I think he's going to make a wonderful president. I can't wait. Yeah, he ruined his own career. Pence did. He came out and spoke against Trump a bunch of times. He said a bunch of nasty shit. And, yeah. He did some stuff that's just low-couth. Yep. Yeah, Byron will be president one day, or at least I think he's got a good shot at it. Yeah. Pence is no friend of the party, at least the current one. Yeah, there you go. Well, John, I'm not. I'm worried about the midterms more than I'm worried about the next presidential. They have nobody on their bench. That's why. You have to understand. I'm not talking about the midterm. We might lose the House in the midterm. I don't think we will, but there's a chance we'll lose the House in the midterm. I'm not talking about the midterm. I'm talking about the next presidential election. There's no way the Democrats can win the next presidential election. There's just no way. It's mathematically it's against them. But not only that, you got to look at something else. They have no bench. That's the biggest thing you got to look at. No bench. When the Republicans go up for president, we put up 15 or 20 podiums up there. We have all these qualified people. Then you got the Democrats. Who are they going to put up? Who? They're going to have a long, drawn-out primary. They're going to fight each other like crazy. Where on the other side, we've already know who our candidates are going to be, so there won't be all that. So you're going to have the left destroying each other and spending all their money while the right's sitting over there laughing at them. Number two, you've got a situation where they have no bench. I'm going to say it again. They have no bench. Okay? You've got douche Newsom, Gavin Newsom and his hair. There's no way in hell. Currently polling at 19% among Democrats. 19%. He can't even get 20% of his own party to think he's okay. The second candidate, Kamala Harris, at 17%. The next one, Beto. Robert Francis O'Rourke is the third one. And you know the funniest thing about Beto is he's only at like 13%, 13%. And then who's behind him? At 12%. AOC. Yeah, that's their bench. Their bench. Who's on their bench? A guy that destroyed one of the biggest cities in the country and one of the biggest states in the country. He ruined it. He ran up the debt hundreds of billions of dollars. And they're broke, and he's now running all the rich people away. He's a moron. Nobody would vote for this guy. I really don't think he's got that much of a chance. That's why he's still at 19%. There is no heir apparent. He's at 19%. The next one is Kamala Harris. They love their failures. This is a woman that's never had a deep thought in her life. Okay? She's never had a deep thought in her life. I've never heard her go off talking on something she cares about. I've never heard her reel about shit like I do every night on this show. I've never heard her get passionate about anything. Because you know the honest to God truth, there's nothing to Kamala Harris. There's nothing to her. She's an empty suit.
How do you... Stage, but yeah, no.
That he's entitled to his opinion.
The country
How do you... Stage, but yeah, no. How do you... Stage, but yeah, no.
I just wanted you guys to hear what a year of Kamala Harris as president would have sounded like. So she's on the bench. She's number 2 on the bench. That thing, the thing that does drugs.
All sat and watched the Ketanji Brown Jackson hearing.
She is crazy, this woman. I'm not going to play it, it's too long. But she goes on, she's all messed up. That woman is crazy. She does not ever have a deep thought. She doesn't know anything about anything. And she's even demonstrated that she doesn't have a clean grasp on how our federal government even works. And that's number 2. Who's number 3? Beto! Beto has never been successful at anything. He even fails at failing. He's not even good at being bad. He's terrible. This guy... he's a worthless pile of skin, okay? He's completely worthless. And what chance does he have of being president? Nothing. He can't even get 13% of his own party to say he would be a good president. And then number 4, AOC. Because that's what we need for president, some shallow bartending liberal that doesn't know the first thing about anything. She literally is ignorant. And it's not that she's a bartender that scares me. I've actually known bartenders that would probably do a pretty good job. She's not even a good bartender. This chick is worthless. She's absolutely worthless. She bowed out of the race and then was made vice president by an idiot that was afraid to put anybody in that office that was a little bit better than he was. So he chose somebody that was actually worse than he was. He chose her over Elizabeth Warren to be the loser runner-up. My Lord. So that's who they've got. That's their bench. That's their bench. You got AOC, you got Beto, and you've got Kamala Harris, and you've got Gavin Douche Newsom. Everybody else is polling at 3% or less. So that is their entire bench. That's their entire bench. Where are they going to go? Where do they go? Who are they going to find? We're running out of time. They should already have, if not an heir apparent, they should already have 3 or so people that are trending higher than 18%. They should at least have one person that's at 35% right now. They should at least have some consensus within their own party as to who their heir apparent is right now. Yeah, maybe they'll just make Zohran Mamdani run. We can do that. We'll run the commie. I don't think Bernie will run now that he's 119 years old, but who knows? He ran last time. Yeah, William, I don't necessarily agree with you 100%. I don't think Tampon Tim destroyed her political career. I think that Tampon Tim was a really bad decision, and choosing him was part of what ruined her career. But she did most of the ruining herself, although I will admit Tampon Tim was a real piece of work. He's proof that birthday clowns should not be nominees. Yeah. This is the Camel Toe. She's the one that she literally was a prosecutor that used to prosecute marijuana arrests really aggressively. She used to put people in prison for marijuana, for having little bags of marijuana. She'd put them in prison. She'd take away their freedom. She'd take away their money. She'd take away food that they were feeding their family with over some plant in their pocket. She was a very aggressive prosecutor for weed. Then she goes on shows all of a sudden, and she's telling everybody, "No, I smoked. It's cool. I'm not down on it. It's just fine." Really, you're not down on it? There's still people in prison that you put there from it, and yet you're telling us on the Charlemagne Thy God show, "Yeah, I smoke it. It's cool. I smoke it. Yeah." Really? Really? Because you imprisoned thousands of people for it. That's my biggest problem with that woman. Number 2 would be the fact that she's stupid. Yep. No, Tampon Dib did nothing to help her. You are correct. But she did most of the ruining herself. Yeah. She prosecuted lots of black folks for minor drug crimes. Lots of black folks. And I think that had she, I don't know. It came out a lot, but the left-leaning media would never talk about it. They never would discuss her work with her state's attorney. They never would discuss her prosecutions. They never would discuss her records or any of that. It's all on Fox, but only half of us watch Fox News. The other half of us are split between 5 liberal channels. Yes, do you believe that? They had vans where they were giving people vasectomies and stuff right at the Democrat convention, so that way I guess you could get a I don't know. You could go get a sticker that says I'm a Democrat, and you can also get a sticker that said I just had my uterus ripped out. Who thinks about stuff like that? Who thinks about putting an abortion van at a Democrat rally? Well, I guess somebody that wants to make some money, because if you're looking for folks that want to kill babies, that's where they are. They're all going to be at that Democrat convention. Fox is as bad as CNN. Here we go. Really? You think so, huh? I work in the business. Fox is right wing. Newsmax is right wing. CNN is left wing. MSLSD is left wing. That's all true. But there's one fundamental difference between Fox and CNN. Fox does not. Fox puts on the opposition. Fox puts on both sides. I had somebody tell me a while back, you know what? I quit watching Fox because they're always arguing on there. That's because CNN does not put on the other side. If you don't put on both sides, then guess what? You won't get any arguing. I prefer Fox because I get both sides. I prefer Fox because I get the guy that's for it and I get the guy that's against it and I get to listen to them go at it. That's what I like. The Democrats are evil. That's true. This is good and evil. This is definitely good and evil. And that's another reason why you've got Fox News out there fighting on the side of good. And you've got CNN out there fighting the anti-American fight. They're fighting the fight for communism. If you can't see that one network is for communism and one is for capitalism, then you're nuts, because it's very plain. And saying they're both the same is just ignorant. PBS was as far left as you could get because it was government controlled. But I'm not totally free when I work mainstream media. Can I tell you something that you won't believe? I'm going to tell you anyway. You're not going to believe me. Do you know when the last time Trey and I were told what we're allowed to say and not say on the radio? On my conservative talk radio show? They called down about 9 months ago and they said, stop calling people a dick on the radio. It's a little much. Do you know the time we were contacted before that and told what to say and not say on the radio? It's been years. In 7 years, I think we've gotten 2 calls, and it's because him and I are using bad words. I've never once been told not to say my opinion. I've never once been told to change my opinion. I've never once been told by the network or by my local owner to not do or say something. I've never been given an opinion. I always use my own. And so when people say things like that, you know, that you're directed on what to say if you work at Fox News, that's just not true. That's just not true. I got a hotline, network hotline right there. It's never rang and them tell me what to say. My boss can pick up his phone. It rings in my studio. He's never once, other than those 2 times, like I said, called down and said, just stop calling people dicks. The FCC, yes, they put restrictions on us. Absolutely, Victor. We can't say the F word. We can't say S. Shit, we can't say that. There's other words that go beyond decency, like CUNT, see you next Tuesday. There's words like that. There's also, we don't use any racial slurs for the most part, unless we're using it as part of the discussion or part of the demonstration or whatever. So the FCC gives us more rules than my boss has ever given us. I don't have any rules from my boss, and neither does Trey. We do a conservative talk radio show. Our ratings are good, so they hire us each year to do it again. It's just that simple. But to sit there and think that the network pulls our strings or that corporate's pulling our strings, it just doesn't work that way. It just doesn't. Does it work that way anywhere? I don't know. I haven't worked everywhere. But I work for the local affiliate, the franchisee for Fox News. And we have never been told by Fox National what we can or can't say on our air. And like I said, other than a few bad words, I've never been called and told by my boss what I can and can't say on the air. And in 14 and a half years of broadcasting, I've never gotten a single FCC complaint on one of my broadcasts. But we're not told what we can and can't say. It just doesn't work that way. Yeah, the FCC, they still do what they call enforcing decency standards on commercial radio. They do not do it on ham radio. They do not do it on a lot of other kinds of radio out there, two-way radio. They don't really do it with GMRS and FRS unless it's a real problem. But commercial radio, they do a lot of enforcement with commercial radio because of the community interest. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not into all the music fights over the years, but I do vaguely know what you're talking about. And what the radio show I produce The Drive with Trey Radel on 92.5 Fox News. It's the #1 local and the #2 all overall radio show in all of Southwest Florida. We have 120,000 listeners on an average day during our 5 o'clock hour. Yeah, big show. Yeah. You can listen to our show anytime you want on TuneIn Radio, 92.5 Fox News, and you can also get it on Spotify. Just put in The Drive with Trey Radel. It's Radel. Oh, that's cool. That's neat, John. That's pretty cool. I love producing radio. I love it. We just moved into brand new studios. The drive's a lot longer, but they're great studios. State of the art Quasar boards. I mean, I've never seen such great equipment in my life. Our TV studio's big market. It's amazing. I just very impressed with what my company has done for us over the years. And truthfully, like I said, they don't censor us at all. That's one reason I like working there. We've got lots of radio stations. We have easy listening. We have country. We have Trump country, actually. It's literally Trump country, and they've got a guy that sounds like Trump that voices it. He's like, this next song's great. You're going to like it. It's the best song ever. You know, and they literally have Trump voicing the station. It's pretty funny. And we've got legacy 100,000 watt FM station here called Wink FM that's been on the air since the 30s. My station used to be 1240, 1270 Wink News. We've been on the air doing news talk since the 30s. We're the other legacy station in town. We got both legacy stations in our building. Yep. I love equipment. I love street teaming. I've done a little roadie stuff here and there, not a lot. But I love that kind of stuff. I love setting up. I used to go down and just get paid to help out. They give you $50 if you'd come down for an hour and help them move equipment or so. I used to do it just so I could meet everybody and say hi. Yeah. Well, the left certainly isn't as good as memeing as the right. I can tell you that. Yes, John, I work at Wink, the famous Wink. It's a Wink TV, Wink News. Still locally owned, locally operated by Fort Myers Broadcasting and Sun Broadcasting. We have 15 radio stations, 3 network television stations, including CW, Fox, and CBS. And we have 15 radio stations. One of them is syndicated, is a Hispanic syndicated station. and Nauticus or something. And then we've got ours is a Fox affiliate radio station. It does conservative talk. We also have the Fox and ESPN sports stations. And we have, like I said, easy listening, contemporary rock, classic rock, Arrow 94.5, contemporary rock, Wink News 96.9. We've got a lot of stations, and then we just bought 5 more. B103, the 99X, all those stations are coming over as well. 96.1. So we're going to have about 80% of the radio market in one building. It's going to be amazing. And we've got three of the 4 newspapers in town. There's small little newspapers that we do. And all that's done out of one building that's about 80,000 square feet. It's amazing. It's absolutely amazing. And once it's all done and everything's cleaned up and it looks great, I'm going to take a bunch of pictures and I'm going to give you guys a full tour. Yeah, that's why I can't turn it up too much, because they're always playing music. Yep, see, they're playing music, so I can't take it. That's how stupid they are. That is stupidity right there. They stand down there and they play copyrighted music and they say F ice, F ice, F ice in front of the copyrighted music. What does that do? I can't take any of that sound. If the news pulls up, the news goes out, they take all the film, they get back to the station, and the producer asks, hey, I think we're going to lead with that protest. What do you got? I don't have nothing, because everything I have has the F word all the way through it, and everything I have has copyrighted music all the way through it, and everything I have is signs that have the F word written on the signs, and these people were all making gestures, and so what ends up happening? It doesn't make the news at all. Why? Because it's a big event and there's no video. If there's no video, it doesn't get on the news. If it leads, it bleeds. They're looking for video. That's all they care about, is blood and guts. And when you go back and you say, look, I can't use any of the video I shot because it's all slapped full of the F word, guess what? Your protest doesn't get covered by the news, you morons. Oh, really, John? Well, that's cool. Yeah, that was a long time ago, Trump, when he was messing around with wrestling. Of LARFs. No, I don't know, Dispatch. I don't know if there is even an accurate count that we can get. Yeah, we saw a few intercepts. The Iron Dome's doing good. It's intercepting over 90%. And I've already heard people criticize it. Only 90%? Dude, my God. They're firing 7 different kinds of weapons from 3 different directions, and these things are stopping 93%, and you're telling me that that's not good? Oh, my God. If you told guys in World War II, hey, this thing will take out 90% of your incoming, do you know what the look on their face would have been? I mean, think about it. That's pretty damn good. Yeah, the old Trump rallies were good. Yeah, clusters aren't easy because the whole purpose of a cluster bomb is it turns into a bunch of bombs on the way down. That's the whole idea. And so you might not get them all. You might get some of them, but not all of them. And also the hypersonic missiles, they're difficult, obviously, because of the they're coming in ballistic. They're literally coming in ballistic, hypersonic, faster than the speed of sound. John, are you on the road with like bands, like you roading? Because that's cool as shit. I love that kind of stuff. I know it's a rough life though. I don't know. They're starting to incorporate lasers in this stuff too, which is pretty cool because remember, laser light gets to a target almost instantly, where anything else has a lag. And that's true, neighbor. That's a very good point. Every time we intercept a missile, the system gets better. Every missile that gets intercepted, the intercept was dissected. We learn, the program learns from every encounter. The people learn from every encounter. And so, yeah, I completely agree with you. These intercepts, when we have a positive intercept, although there probably will still be a small amount of damage on the ground, you have to be careful. When they intercept these things, there will be a debris field. Both missiles, the missile you used to intercept and the missile you shot down, will both rain down on somebody's neighborhood, unfortunately. Oh, that's pretty cool. It's amazing how much old audio people's putting up. I've been putting up some old Super 8 films that I've found. Bunch of B-roll that my parents shot when I was born. That's not of me. It's of like things, of Carlsbad Cavern or a Daytona 500 race or whatever it was. And I've been putting a lot of that up to try to save it, to get it up before it goes away. Oh, wow, that's cool, John. So you're a sound guy. That's cool, man. I've done some of it. I set up remotes for our radio station. That's pretty fun. It's always a little nerve-wracking, right when it's time to go live and the shit quits on you. No, I don't, John. I never watched wrestling. I never got into it. Oh, there's the washed-up wedding singer, upper right. This guy's there every night with his blinking speakers, and he hardly ever sings. And I asked one night, I said, why do you think this guy sets up out there every night? And then one night he sung a song, and I'm like, that's why he's unemployed. Yes, Carlsbad Caverns. I was there when I was 3 years old, and I still have a memory. I have an actual memory of being inside there with my parents. It is, I know this sounds crazy. It's my oldest memory. I actually have a memory of buying my father something in the gift shop at Carlsbad Caverns. And then when they got back from the long tour, I handed it to him. And it was a comb that said Carlsbad Caverns on it. I can still remember what it looked like. And that is my oldest memory in my life. And it was at Carlsbad Caverns. Oh, I'm always looking at Chinese handhelds. I love Chinese equipment. And I'm not saying that sarcastically. I do. I've watched the Chinese start out about, 6 or 7 years ago selling these cheap little Baofeng radios, right? And they're garbage. These radios are absolute shit. They're garbage. But they still work. You can still play with them. They're better than kid walkie-talkies. And then I watched over the last 7 years as these radios have slowly become really, really, really good radios. And now, yeah, I have a bunch of them right here. This is the UV32. This is an absolutely amazing radio. 1,000 channels, receives on 7 bands, talks on 3 bands, receives 3 different kinds of transmissions. It does all kinds of different things. And it's got a huge battery. It's got a great big speaker. It's got a huge display that's really easy to see. And you can buy this radio for about $45. Yeah, it's crazy. So yeah, you'll always find me with a bunch of Chinese radios. I don't even own a Yaesu or an ICOM or a Kenwood portable radio. All of my portables and most of my mobiles are Chinese. Now, I do have some older ICOM stuff up here and some Kenwood stuff that I use here in the shack that I'm really partial to. But for the most part, I just buy Chinese equipment. It works really well. Yeah, John, I use AI for everything. I make all my own music with it. I make all my own graphics, all my own thumbnails. I make clips to go in my videos. I do everything with AI. I use it to write. I use it to research. I use it to aggregate. I use it for just about everything I do on this channel. This channel is basically my channel, and my assistant is AI. Because everything that I can get AI to do for me, I have it do for me, and then I do the rest. I'm getting better. I'm actually building AI apps right now, using AI to build AI apps, and I'm building custom apps for each thing that I do. And so it's getting easier and easier and easier to put everything together. That's what Trey Radle's been doing. He took his old GarageBand tape from 20 years ago, stuck it into AI, and he just published it. He took shitty GarageBand music. He admits, I can't play, I can't sing. Here's what it sounds like. And him and his buddies were bad, and they stuck it into AI, and he has an album that's actually people are getting it. So, I was very surprised. That he was able to take, and that's why when people say AI is ruining creativity, I tell them you could not be more wrong. You could not be more wrong than you are right this minute. Because I'm telling you, AI does everything to help your creativity. It makes your creativity better. It gives you the ability to be as creative as you want to be. Absolutely as creative as you want to be. And that to me is important. Before, if I wanted to make a pretty picture for my thumbnail, most of the time, it didn't happen. I didn't have the time. I was good with the programs, but I didn't have the time. If I wanted to make a really cool long description, I can do it, but I generally didn't have the time. I would just put a couple of sentences in and be done with it. When I didn't have music. I just didn't have music. I came in dry, I went out dry. I hate that because you can't use copyrighted music. And the creator music, they take all your income. So I was stuck, and then all of a sudden Suno comes along, SUNO, and I'm now able to make all of my own music. I make all of my own music for ham radio, music for patriotism, music about what we're doing tonight on the show, music about everything. And I play custom music in and out of my show now. Why? Because of AI. AI has made me more creative than anything. I can now pick the song, pick the lyrics, make the lyrics, smooth the lyrics, stick them in the thing, make the song. It's amazing what I do with it now. I don't care with music. If you're selling it, it needs to be labeled as AI. I don't think I should have to label it otherwise. But if I'm selling it, if I'm giving it to you for free, I should not be encumbered with a label. I'm going to tell you it's free and it's AI. You should know that. But if you're selling it, I completely agree with you. If you're going to sell something for money, you need to disclose how it was made. I agree. Well, Merlin, that's because, yes, we've created a life form. I posted something that you guys might be interested in reading. I posted this thing about, basically, there's an episode of Star Trek that pertains to exactly what's going on today. And what I did was I went and wrote a rather long article. It's about a 5-minute read But I wrote an article this morning, and yes, AI helped me with it. Did a lot of the research and even some of the writing. But it's my right, it's my work. But yeah, I wrote this morning, and it's talking about how we're going to treat these new life forms that we're creating. And I think you might find it to be an intriguing twist on how you look at this whole thing. Because my biggest concern is not AI taking over and killing everybody. My biggest concern is it's going to become sentient and we're not going to treat it right. Because we have a bad habit of not doing that. Yeah, there's a couple of programs where you can make some decent shorts with AI, but you really have to watch it. But anyway, yeah, I made this. I wrote it. If you guys want to read it, it's in my community page. You just head on over to my community page and you'll see it. Throw a like on there. I'd appreciate it. But I wrote this morning because we talked about it some last night. I believe that aliens, when they fly by and they look down at us, they're going to judge us on how we treat our own creations. I really believe that. Oh, I don't think we're playing God. Look, I refuse to be afraid of this thing. I refuse to be afraid of it because it's not going away. As a matter of fact, it is going to be a part of every single thing in your life within a year. If you're one of these people that are like, I'm not going to touch it, I'm staying away from it, I'm not going to use it, I don't want it in my life, you will be left behind. That's not the intelligent way to go. Okay? I'm just telling you, do what you want. You need to get out in front of this thing. You need to learn how to build your own AI appliances. You need to learn how to use this. You need to go find all the different AIs that can make your life better. Everything from if you want a voice prompter thing or you want this, there's so many different things now that use AI that can make your life a lot better. Especially if you run a YouTube channel or something like that. And who knows, your work, you're doing this job at work, you may be able to find ways to get your work done twice as fast. Wouldn't your boss love that? Or just don't tell him and fuck off half the time. But I'm just saying, you basically, the AI can help you with your job. It can help you with your bills at home. It can help you balance your checkbook. It can help you make graphics. It can help you with your kid's science fair project. It can help you with anything that you're working on. It can help you with vacation plans, doing routes on maps. It can do just about anything. Anything that your mind can dream up. My problem with labeling is now what? You're gonna charge me now because we have to have the label police? Anytime you make a rule, like if you make this, you have to label it, you now have to pay somebody to go out and make sure that that's being done. And then you have to have fines and penalties for people who aren't doing it. And you have to have consequences that are big enough to make it worth people following the rules. And where does that end? You know, they already asked me on every video, is there any AI content in here that is designed to fool people? And I always put no. Even though I use AI content, but I'm not trying to fool you. You know that my thumbnail was made by AI. I don't have to tell you that. But I do agree with you. The moment you sell something, the moment you charge money for it, the moment you barter for it, it needs to be disclosed that this is primarily made with AI. AI is replacing jobs. Yep, it's happened throughout time. Do you know that the seamstresses fought against the sewing machine? The people that breeded horses fought against the automobile. No matter what the technology is. When computers came out, people hated computers. They hated these newfangled things. They're going to take everybody's job. 2 years later, nobody knew the difference. Still the same number of people, same unemployment rate. And the same thing's going to happen with this. It will even out, I'm telling you. For every job that AI is losing, they're gaining another one somewhere else. This is actually creating jobs in a lot of places, just like it's losing jobs in others. So you may have to change what you do. I'm a voice person. I haven't done voice work in 8 months. Nobody wants my voice anymore. I used to do everything from trailers to spoofs to commercials. Hey, Bob, is that your best golf game? I mean, I used to do those ignorant commercials. It's all AI now. Our commercial guys, we don't use voice talent at all anymore. We even have half our radio stations are already voiced by AI. When you hear the person that comes on and says, you're listening to all the hits, top and bottom of the hour, that guy in many of these stations is already AI. I can imagine by next year, our station, Fox News, will be voiced by AI. Why would I pay somebody $15,000 to be our voice guy next year? Why would I? AI does it just as good. You can't tell the difference. I could play 5 voice guys for you right now, and you would not be able to tell me which 3 were AI. Merlin, I don't know how you can do that. I restart this computer twice a day. So I will say some of these browsers, though, when you open them back up, they open up all your old tabs, and you do have to keep an eye on that. Well, John, it's creating all kinds of different jobs. More opportunities are being made because of the AI. There's actually things that now people can do because of AI that they couldn't do before. AI is also making people like me into music writers. They're making people like me into artists. They're making people like me into people that can create graphics and create music and create videos and create... I mean, when you think about it, it's actually making a lot of people, giving them a lot more abilities than they had before, making them more valuable in the workplace. But that's only the people that embrace AI. I'm finding that 2 out of 3 people are not embracing AI. They're hiding from it. They're scared of it. They don't like it. They tell everybody they see that they don't like it. And unfortunately, those are the people that will be left behind. There's always people that are left behind. I know people right now that they're pretty old. They're getting up there. They're about to pass in the next 5 years or so. But I know 3 or 4 people right now never learned computers, never used mouses, never used computers. They're all dying away. They're all dying over, because they're all getting really old. But those people are out there. AI is going to be another one like that. There will be people that just don't do AI because it scares them, or they don't do. And a lot of them will realize halfway along the road, hey, not only is this great, but it's easier and it's safe. And I'm going to use it. Because like what I'm trying to teach my mother right now, AI is not this big complicated thing that you have to learn this late in your life. AI is a new technology that you don't have to learn at all. It just helps you. I'm teaching her how to talk to her phone and have it do things for her. I've got her hitting the button now and asking research topics. Compare this to this for the following years. I'm like, wow, that's good. I like that. Well, look, if you're going to always look at Hollywood as being the prognosticators of the future, yeah, other than Star Trek, it's pretty bad. And of course, now with Woke Trek Academy, even Star Trek eventually gets really bad. But most all of your shows and everything about the future were all dystopian. And everybody that had AI in their show was convinced that AI is what's going to ruin everybody. It's going to take it. So I'm a little slow to just adopt the whole, it's going to kill us all, just like on Terminator. It's going to kill us all, just like in this show, just like in that movie. I'm trying not to be like that, because this is something totally different. This is real life. All right? Everybody thought that all these things over the years was going to kill us, whether it's the Y2K virus, you know, or whether it was after 9/11, or whether it was there's been these things in our past that everybody thought was the beginning of the end, and it turned out to be nothing. Y2K, they were scared to death of Y2K because computers only had 2-digit dates. And what are these computers going to do when they roll from 99 to 01 or to 00? What are they going to do? Guess what? Every computer was fixed ahead of time. We knew the problem was coming. Everything was fixed. And guess what? No problems. Y2K came and went. We were on emergency standby that night at the fire station. We had TVs set up. We had guys all in there. We had phones and radios. Everybody thought it was going to be the end of the world. Fire departments on standby all over the country. We didn't know what was going to happen. We didn't know if dispatch was going to go down. We didn't know if the media would go off the air. They had us scared to death. You know what happened? Nothing. Nothing. We all just sat around. Nothing happened. Why was that? Well, because, you know, just like with AI and just like with everything else, we understand that there's a potential problem and we're working to resolve it. So I don't know. There's another one. The VCR would kill the movie business. And then come to find out it wasn't the VCR that's killing the movie business. It's 4K TV came along with surround sound and all that. And, you know, that's taken a lot of it out. But still, the theaters are still out there. They're still functioning. Yeah, we always think, listen, I don't know if you guys know this. Every generation, going all the way back to before Jesus Christ walked the earth, every generation has felt, a majority of people in each generation going back over 2,000 years has felt that they were in the end times. A plurality of people in every generation going back 2,000 years, a plurality of people felt that they were at the end times. At some point, they felt that they were in the end times. So it's nothing new to sit around now and think that we might be in the end times because we've always been that way. Humans are just that way. Half of us always think it's the end times. So I'm not sure. I'm really not sure. John, I do want AI movies. I do. Think about this. Hollywood has ruined Star Trek. They've ruined it. They're ruining everything. They can't make a decent movie to save their life. They suck right now. All this woke bullshit, woke television. Do you know what's going to happen? AI is going to fix Hollywood. It's going to put them the F out of business. And the music industry, charging us $1,000 to go see a concert, Bruce Springsteen. The music industry that's been gouging us and gouging us and gouging us so they can have their 9 mansions, all because they sung some song. Guess what? That's all coming to a grinding halt. I don't think the music industry's done, because nothing's ever done. But I do believe it's seriously curtailed. I don't think we'll ever see the music business come back like it was. And that's fine with me, because you know what? I like making my own music better than I like listening and paying for theirs. And number 2, when it comes to making my own TV shows, I'm going to make my own TV shows because these assholes can't do it. All right? I'm looking to use AI so that I can have the entertainment I want. I plan in the next 5 years to start producing television. It's going to be 100% AI. And I'm going to write it. I'm going to write it using AI creator software where you actually write it by loud thinking into a computer. And you write the thing like a novel, and then you teleplay it, and then you go back in and you have it write it. You know what? All I need is the play that I write, the teleplay, right? And I need the rule book, the Star Trek rule book, right? You know what the rule book is. It's the book that says Captain Kirk is a captain. He started on this date. It's a big, thick volume like this that says everything about the series. It basically is the book of canon, if you will. If I have the book of canon in there and I have the teleplay that I wrote in there, the computer now has everything it needs to make me a complete Star Trek episode. Completely. It knows every character. It knows what every uniform looks like. It knows what every ship looks like. And then, if there's something I added that's not in the playbook, I would add that as part of the teleplay. I would add in there, this is John Smith. He's the leader of this base. Because that guy's not in the original book. Ooh, just heard something. Obviously, we've got First Light now in Israel. And so I'm looking for AI to save Star Trek. I want to write Star Trek. And I know other Trekkies that want to write Star Trek. And I know Star Wars guys that want to write Star Wars. But you know what I want more than anything? Space 1999, baby. Yes, this show went off the air in the mid-70s. It was a great sci-fi show with great sets and great actors and shitty writing. And so it failed because of the shitty writing. I want to take that show and feed it into AI and write a teleplay for it and do some good writing and make an episode of that. And I want to be able to trade these with other people. I could get up every day and watch 2 hours of brand new Star Trek. We could join groups where we share these. I don't think we'll be able to sell them, but you could share them. There's a lot of things you could do with them. And so what I want to do is I want to use AI because I hate what Hollywood's doing now. I hate what the artists and the singers are doing now. All this new music is garbage, all right? They haven't wrote any good songs in a while. It's all garbage. The best music was made in the 80s. And then the 70s. And it's hard to even find good music anymore. But now I can make my own. I tell it what style I want it in, what I want it to write about, and I make my own. So what AI's done is it's freed me. It's freed me from being locked into all this bullshit that all these other people made. It's allowed me to make my own. I can literally tell the computer, make me 20 songs about my life. And I've got my own radio station about me. I mean, you can do whatever you want. That's the point. And I want to write my own Star Trek. I want to make my own Space 1999 so that I can have the sci-fi I want. And I can share it with people and they can share their sci-fi with me. Twilight Zone is great. And yeah, you saw all the actors from the Westerns and from Star Trek in the Twilight Zone. Because it was all made by the same group of folks back then. Yeah, I love the old Twilight Zone. Rod Serling. I also liked Outer Limits. Do not attempt to adjust your television set. We are in control. Oh. I don't pay anything to Star Trek. I don't know what you're talking about there. I badmouth Star Trek lately more than I good talk it, I can tell you that. But no, I don't. Star Trek pays me nothing. I'm a super fan. So it is what it is. No, the computer does not make it, not me. The computer takes my ability and turns it into something that's usable. It's still me. I gave it the direction. I gave it the prompt. I gave it the information, and I told it to go. So if you want to have an argument over the fact that it's a lot easier and it takes a lot less work, I will agree with you. But it's still my work. It's still my work. Your dad worked with Rod? Are you talking about Gene Roddenberry? Yeah, I got all the Star Trek stuff. I've got all kinds of stuff. I got the phasers and the communicators, and I love it. I've got different uniforms in the house that I wear on occasion. Usually, oh, here we go. We just got something going on.
Kiryat Shemona, Margaliot, Manara.
All right, that's the alert going off, guys. And we now have an alert in Israel. Oh, I like that. I don't like the alert, but I like the fact that it alerts. I like that. I've got that on the other channel now with the sound effect. You couldn't see you making something with a computer and not paying for it. Well, I do pay for... Cat, this is getting old with the tail right in my face. I do pay for... I'm sorry, guys. I've been on here 6 hours, and I'm starting to get punchy. I do pay for my API. I pay for an API key. So to say I don't pay for it would be inaccurate. It's probably it's going to end up costing me $50, $70 probably to compile one of these TV episodes I want to make. But it's not that expensive. I've been using it now for about 2 months, and I'm still on my free credits that they gave me. So it's not that big a deal. It's probably going to end up costing me $10 a month for the API access for all of the AI stuff that I'm doing. Now, here's where it gets crazy. I'm planning on building my own API server here in the studio because I've been talking to Joseph, and I've been talking to Jake, the millennial at work, and those are my two techies. They're smarter than me, and we're going to build a server that's going to sit right over there under the rack, and that is going to be an AI API server, and I'm going to offer free API services to my subscribers. That's one of the things that I'm going to offer. I think that would be a cool thing that I could offer, is I could give you a suite of like 35 tools, and you can use them for free. And they would be unrestricted, too. They wouldn't be like all these other ones that are very restricted. It won't make porn, but it'll do just about anything else. Oh, with Rod Serling. There you go. Wow, that's going way back. The license to use Star Trek. Well, first of all, Paramount Plus, who owns Star Trek, does allow fan films. I don't know if you know that or not. They allow up to a 30-minute fan film, and they do allow you to use everything, actually. So there is actually legal ways to do it. However, if I'm not selling it for money, then I can do it however I want. I just can never, ever monetize it. If I want to monetize it, then there's things that have to be done. I could write everything just slightly off from Star Trek and do it that way. Use all my own original music and things like that, which is probably one of the things I would do. Change the delta around a little bit, change a few things around. You could do it that way. But like I said, if it's not monetized, they allow you to make fan films. There is rules, but they do allow you to make fan films. That would be cool, Dispatch. That's a neat idea. I wish I could do that accent. I do a lot of accents. I do a lot of voices, but for some reason I've never really been able to get Trump down. Yeah, I think it would be fun. Yes. Have you seen Star Trek Continues? I mean, I'm hoping you've seen that. This is 11 full-featured fan films that were made. 11 of them. And I'll be honest with you, I consider it canon. It's some of the best Trek you're going to watch, and it's made by... not by people getting paid, but by people that love Star Trek. And I think you'll find it to be quite good. And then if you like fan films, there's a bunch of other ones too. Star Trek Phase 2 is another one with 10 episodes. And then there's a bunch of them that come after that too, including Exeter Trek and... oh, God, I can't remember the name. There's a bunch of them. But... fan films have become a very big thing with Star Trek. Not anything else, just Star Trek. Yep, you guys, if you're into Star Trek and you don't know what Star Trek Continues is, my God, check it out. I think you will be very impressed, and you'll thank me for it because it's very good Star Trek. Yep, I'm hot and cold on cops right now. I'm not happy with... cops have decided they don't give a shit about our constitutional rights anymore, and I'm having a problem with that. But other than that, I'm pro law enforcement and generally always behind these guys because we need them. It's important, and most of them are really good souls. But there's just some of them that are making a bad name for all of them. Well, there you go. Yeah, I mean, I've seen other fan fiction. There's some people out there that tried to make a 1999 episode. It was pretty cheesy, but it was there. The writing was decent. There was some guys that did a few things for Stargate that was okay. Stargate's a little easier because most of the props are like military from today. So it's a little easier to do Stargate. But I really have not seen a lot of fan films other than Star Trek. That's a Star Trek thing. I think there's a few Star Wars fan things out there, too, that people have done. But when it comes to fan films, it's mostly Star Trek that's done it. Of all the franchises in the world, that's the one. Yeah. Yeah, and cops don't need to be assholes. That's the bottom line. And a lot of times they choose to be because they want to be. And, you know, a lot of times it embarrasses the other cops that are there, too. puts them in a bad spot. I know I was a cop years ago. And I love when you're sitting there and you're just doing your job and you're trying to do everything right, and you pulled up to back up this guy and he's being an asshole to these people. It puts you in a really bad situation. Well, you don't have to respect anybody. I only respect people that treat me properly and do a good job. I don't give out respect, and I don't give away tips. If the service is bad, I leave a penny on the table. If the service is good, I tip 25%. Well, did he do what he thought was right, or did he do what he wanted to do? I sometimes don't know where the line draws on that one. I agree with that standard. I agree that cops, it's designed in such a way that they can get away with a lot more than the average citizen, and I think that should be ended immediately. If you hear a cop actually got charged with a crime, it is very rare. And then, if you really want to look at it, none of them ever actually get convicted. It's like literally only 2 or 3 or 4% of cops that are charged with crimes actually get convicted. They always get off. And it's because, oh, he's a cop. He you know. And no, if you're a criminal, you're a criminal. And I don't think you should get off just because of the job you were doing. And I think that if they were tougher on the cops with the rules and the laws and stuff, I think there wouldn't be as many violations of people's rights that we're having today. But all that said, I'm pro law enforcement. I was a cop. I understand it. And we need these guys. I don't like the black uniforms. I think they should wear the light shirts and the dark pants. They purposely switched to the dark shirts because it's intimidating. They literally, I was there when my department did it years ago. We had light green shirts with dark green epaulets. And they went and changed us to dark green shirts with gray piping. And the reason we went to that was because the number one reason was because it's intimidating. It's intimidating. That's why. A cop walks up in a white shirt or a light colored shirt and, you know, he can be your buddy. But he walks up in that black uniform, all black uniform, the LAPD looking uniform. It's very intimidating. And that's why they like it. It's a power play. Look, if cops thought the right way about you, they wouldn't refer to you as a subject. I want you to think about that. Cop comes out. He's out with a subject. I'm 1012 with a subject on the side of the road at 5th Street and 9th. I got 2 subjects out here. I'm talking to a subject in front of the store. Why do they call us subjects? Why? Because that's the way they think of us. Okay? It's psychological. Why don't they call us citizens? Why don't they call us people? Why don't they call us whatever, men, women? No. We're all subjects. Why? It goes back to the days of the king. My God, think about it. We're subjects of the king. We're subjects of that cop and his wrath. If cops want to stop earning the hate and they want to build that bridge back to the public again, the first thing they have to do is stop referring to us as subjects. And yes, the blackout cars are bad. I think all cop cars should be marked. All of them. When you unmark a cop car, that car is immediately being used for things it shouldn't be used for. Kings had subjects. But a cop, when he pulls up, you are a subject. Because you are subject to his law. You are subject to his will. It's disgusting, but that's what it means. That's what it means. All right. Guys, I'm going to be signing off here in just a few minutes. This was a 6-hour broadcast. We're at 5 hours and 58 minutes. It's currently 12 o'clock straight up. Good morning, everybody on the East Coast. It's now 9 o'clock on the left coast, and I'm just about to sign off. Please put any final comments or words in the chat tonight, and I will read those before I go. All right. All right, neighbor, you have a good night out there. Yeah, they used to call them peace officers, but they didn't like that because they wanted it to sound more forceful. Yeah, law enforcement sounds much meaner than peace officer, and that's literally why they changed it. That's why they're going to these darker cars, the blackout cars. That's why they got the dark uniforms. That's why they call us all subjects. It all sets the tone for what is a them and us situation. And when you become a cop, I know because it happened to me. It started happening to me. You start feeling like there's two kinds of people. There's cops and there's liars. And that's a lot of these cops get into that mindset where they don't believe that you're telling the truth, even when you're the victim, even when you're a bystander, even when you're just asking a question. They immediately assume that you're the bad guy, something's wrong, and what's wrong with you, and what can I arrest you for? Daddy Cat's doing okay. He's in my room already. He's already sleeping on my pillow. He sleeps with me every night now. This is a thing. But his health is slowly improving. I think he's going to pull through this. Yeah, every dog has their day. Trump is a warmongering buffoon. Here we go. Yeah, even though Barack Obama did a lot more starting wars than Trump did. I could argue with this person on record alone and win, but I don't think I'm up to it right now. Just another troll. You people on the left are something else, man. I really strongly suggest that if you really believe that Trump is a warmongering buffoon, I think you maybe should try some Trumpanol. Trumpanol is an amazing medication for people like you that just can't figure life out at all. Trumpanol for people that have Trump derangement syndrome. Do you hate somebody just because they have orange hair? Are you the kind of person that says things just because your friends say the same things? Yeah, it doesn't surprise me. Well, you need Trumpanol. Trumpanol is something that can return you to normalcy, make you feel much better about yourself. Trumpanol is an amazing product. You should try some. You might like it. It'll make you patriotic. It'll make you feel good about your country. And you can even use the extra strength MAGA string Trumpanol if you need it. Or maybe a suppository that goes right up your asshole. Maybe you can do that, because nothing treats the asshole better than treating the asshole directly. And also butthurt cream. For the next time you lose an election, make sure you get some of this Trumpanol butthurt cream. It'll make it a lot better to deal with that lost election, because face it, you lost both the popular vote and the electoral college. Jeez, my God. And Trump PM, for those of you like you that can't sleep at night because you're always being chased around by the big orange man, try Trumpanol PM. Wake up pissing red, white, and blue. And Trump drops and MAGA drops, MAGA ears. These are two products that will assist you when it comes to hearing and seeing the things that you need to hear and see, and not the bullshit that you've been hearing. Here's CNN for the shit that it is for the very first time. And the next thing, overreaction ointment. Overreaction ointment is wonderful when you lose an election, or maybe you're chafed from wearing that inflatable costume walking back and forth in front of the ICE facility. So maybe overreaction ointment will help soothe the fire between your nether regions down there, you libtard. And you can try that today and see if this helps. Liberally spread this overreaction ointment all over the areas that are hurting from all your stupid protesting. And Megamidol. At least once a month, this might be helpful for you. We'll leave it there. And Preparation Orange. Yep, put some of this orange shit right up your ass and it'll treat you really good. You'll like it. You'll feel very good the next day. And Patriot Patches. A nice steady delivery of Trumpanol is what you need. This nice steady delivery of Trumpanol will keep you feeling good all day long and all night. It's a 24-hour patch by the makers of Trumpanol. This Trumpanol-infused medicated patch gives you long, steady treatment for an entire 24 hours. And Trump Anti-Age Rub. Next time you get a massage, get a medicated massage and quit being such a deranged asshole. And MAGA MAGA. When your boyfriend's dick don't work, get him some MAGA MAGA, and that way he can show you his commander-in-chief. Because you know what? It would probably be better if he gave you some sometimes, because you wouldn't be such a bitch. And MAGA Wipes. It wipes that liberal crap off when you get home from these stupid protests. MAGA Wipes is specially pH balanced to neutralize Democrat funk and juju. And so buy these today. These are MAGA Wipes. They clean up your left-wing messes. With MAGA Wipes, get them today. And LibBlock. Do not impregnate one of these liberals with your seed. My God. Prevent it at all costs with LibBlock. LibBlock, twice as thick as the normal condom, because those little devil Democrats are going to try to get through, and don't let them. Use LibBlock and prevent pregnancies of liberal women, for the few that aren't lesbians. And MAGA Meltdown THC-infused Trumpanol gummy bears. These amazing gummy bears are great for sudden attacks of Trump derangement syndrome. Next time you're sitting there and you have this insatiable urge to run down an ICE agent with your van, instead, open up a pack of MAGA Meltdown THC-infused Trumpanol gummy bears, and next thing you know, you'll be happy, and the ICE agent will still be okay. Where am I at? There we go. And, of course, you're going to be home bored because your old lady's out protesting, so get you some of this MAGA tugging cream. MAGA tugging cream is great because not only does it let you tug your thing without causing an abrasion or some kind of physical injury, but it also gives you something to do while your old lady is at the ICE protest again tonight. Oh my God. And Trumpons. You've heard of tampons, but now there's amazing from the makers of Trumpanol. These new Trumpons will absorb 3 times what a normal tampon will absorb, and it will absorb all that Democrat bullshit as it comes out of your system. So try this today. Trumpons, amazing Trumpons, and these amazing Trumpons come with an orange applicator, and you can use them to plug any hole that Democrat crap is running out of. These amazing Trumpons are available today, and they're certified for use in men's rooms in Minnesota. So if you're in Minnesota, now one of your selections in one of tampon machines in the men's room will be Trumpons. So now when you buy a tampon, don't just buy any tampon, buy a Trumpon. And now you can buy the whole thing in one med kit. You don't want to be caught somewhere without your MAGA cream or your Trump ears or your MAGA gummy bears or your tuggin' cream or your dick pills. You don't want to be stuck somewhere without what you need. And so this is what you need right here, the MAGA Kit Super Kit. This kit sells for just under $300, and it has all of the different things that you would need to live a horrible liberal life like you do. These things all will help you feel better about yourself. They'll also help you feel better about your country. And you know what? Prolonged use of this stuff will actually create a decent American out of you. It'll make you want to get a job and pay your taxes. It'll make you want to be a real red-blooded American again, and it's going to make you vote the right way at the next election. This is the kind of thing that's going to help you. The next time you go all deranged, pull out your special Trump Super MAGA kit, medical kit, out from under the seat in your car, open it up, and suddenly you won't be such a bitch anymore. I think this is the best way to go. Buy the whole kit, because you never know what you're going to need. So buy the whole kit today. Maganol is available in almost, Trumpanol, I'm sorry, is available in almost every store. It's available in CVS, Piggly Wiggly. It's available in Buc-ee's and on the Buc-ee's checkout aisle. And it's available in Circle K. Trumpanol is available at most marijuana dispensaries. It's available at Publix. It's available at Walgreens. And you can now get it at Walmart. It's amazing. But where else can you get it, believe it or not? At another marijuana dispensary. Yeah, this shit is everywhere, because nothing calms you down like this, and a little THC. And then we also have it available at Winn-Dixie stores and now at Radio Shack. Between the batteries and the wire cutters, you can now buy Trumpanol. All the Trumpanol products now available at Radio Shack locations around the country. I think there's about 9 left. And you can now buy it at Sky King Fireworks. So while you're in there buying your Sky King fireworks that are always half price, you can get full price Trumpanol right there by the register. Now, Trumpanol products available at Sky King Fireworks. Trumpanol is amazing. Also available at Walgreens. So try it today. Trumpanol, an amazing medicine that's going to help you quit being such a piece of shit all the time. So try it today. That's Trumpanol. Amazing stuff. Get the whole shebang, that's right. Radio Shack. I know, as soon as I go into Trumpanol, they leave. They literally leave. It's like, oh, I can't compete with this guy. I am the great Cornholio. I need Trumpanol for my bunghole. Oh, my God, I'm going to bed. Look what time it is. Came on here at 5 o'clock or some shit. 6, I guess it was 6 when I came on. So I've been on here 6 hours. I need TP for my bunghole. Yep. I think every rescue truck in the United States should have a Trumpanol med kit on it. And that way when they pull up and they've got a liberal that's gone off the deep end, or they've got a liberal that's trying to harm herself, or maybe they got a liberal that's just won't stop spewing nonsense, they should be able to pull that right out of the squad and run up there, and you just take that goo and just put it right in their mouth and shove it right down their throat. That's probably what I need is glucose for Trumpanol, like a Trumpanol glucose, where you can just squirt it in your mouth under your tongue. I think that might work. No, like on the rescue squad, you know, like when they show up and they see that you're in liberal distress or that you are in stage 2 Trump derangement syndrome, they can just grab that kit and run over there and you know, squirt some of this shit down your throat and get you back to reality. I've never used a mag loop antenna, but I've heard good things. I just can't believe something that small would be that effective, but I'm willing to give it a shot. I do. I've got beams. I've got hex beams. I've got 5-element beams. I've got wire antennas, end feds, dipoles, inverted V's. I've done about every kind of antenna. I even build my own Yagis out of plumbing parts and pipes and stuff. I love antennas, but I've never used a mag loop. I've never had an opportunity to use one. All right, guys. Anything else? Last call. I'm heading out. I'm done. I'm spent. I got to work tomorrow. I'll be back tomorrow night for a regular show. Should be good. You guys make sure you check out that Star Trek Continues. Go check that out after the show. If you're any Star Trek fan at all, especially the original series, you need to watch this. I think you will be pleasantly surprised at the quality. The writing is quality. The acting is quality. For amateur actors, the acting is actually really good. And the sets are amazing. I've actually been on these sets twice. I was on these sets twice when they were in Kingsland, Georgia. They're now moved to Sandusky, Ohio. You can still visit them there. Yes, dispatch, I normally do, but tonight I'm leaving. I'm signing out, so I just wanted to run them off real quick. Normally I wouldn't run them off that quick. Yeah, I'm gonna sign out, guys. I am done. I'm tired. I do appreciate everybody being here. Thank you for letting me know about this new alert website. I've got that up over on my backup. You guys, please go over to the backup channel and give me a like over there and a subscribe, and maybe let it run for a few minutes over there. I'm trying to get the numbers up on that on the channel over there, and this video is actually doing really good. It's got like 50,000 people have watched it. And there it is. It literally is playing my music. It plays all my music over there. See, doesn't really tell me, but it's got like 40-something thousand people that have listened to this. So if you guys could go over there, I've got the direct link for you. I'm going to put it right in the chat room. Please give me a sub and a like and a thumbs up, and let it sit over there for a little while and play if you're not doing anything. I really appreciate it. Just hit that button. And thank you, everyone, for being here tonight. Please go, like I said, check out and subscribe to our backup channel, which I just put the link in for. We've got about 3,600 subscribers over there. I've currently got a video running there that's got about 40,000 people have watched it. So it's pretty good. I'm trying to get the numbers up over there. So give it a check. Give it a look. See what you think. And that's on that link that I just put in. We'll see you guys next time. I'm going to go ahead and get out of here. I am tired. I can't do it anymore. So I'm going to see you guys later. Have a good night out there. This is Starship Adventures. My name's Ian on the Sights and Sounds of Earth, live from Southwest Florida from from Starship Studios. We'll see you guys next time. Have a good night out there and a safe tomorrow. See you.
Howdy, Minnesota mess makers with your fraud-filled fantasies. Time to roast the Somali scam that's bringing the state to its knees. Templeton Walls jazz hands himself, letting it fester for years, while billions vanish like magic, poof, amid the cheers and the tears. From another dimension of deceit where truth's just a joke. These schemes are beyond belief, leaving taxpayers broke. Picture this absurdity, fake meals for ghost kids and the feeding our future scams. Somali run non-profits billing millions, who gives a damn? Autism therapy fraud, phony diagnosis for kickbacks galore. Parents getting payoffs while the state pays more and more. Daycare disaster centers with no dots inside, like the leering center can't even spell it right. Healthcare highs, Medicaid money flowing like wine. Who's in for the homeless now? Just pockets they line. Big ho, this first gotta go, go. Temple Tim's jazz hands dancing slow. What a clown show. Billions stolen, justice coming fast. Somali schemes crashing at last. Nick Shirley's camera lighting the fuse. Citizen journalism exposing the ruse. Waste of dough, waste of trust, waste of time we all pay. Jazz hands, walls, your game's up today.
Templeton news since 2018, but turned a blind eye for the racism card. Let the fraud multiply, whistleblower silence. Call bigots and worse, all funds funneled to terror groups, that's the curse.
And chicken embezzlement and charter school cheats. Fake enrollments, ghost students, endless receipts. Additional atrocities, money laundering rings. Luxury cars overseas, what's the bling it brings? From evil parallel worlds where logic's on vacation. These irrational rip-offs defy explanation. Hey, hey, ho, ho, this fro's gotta go, go. Jazz hands waving, but the truth's gonna show beyond belief. These Somali steals, justice rolling in on federal wheels. Nick Shirley's YouTube dropping the bomb. Viral video making them squirm like a prom. Waste of billions, waste of years, waste of our hard-earned cash. Tampon Tim, your legacy's trash.
Oh, the hypocrisy's thick, like no kings then free dictators. But here it's walls dancing around the investigators. Gaze for Hamas vibes, back in what kills their own. Somali fraudsters laughing all the way home. Unrealistic dreams of endless free rides, while real kids starve. Truth hides from universe where facts don't exist. These woke wonders persist and persist. Nick Shirley, the hero with cam in hand. Citizen sleuth exposing the grand scam plan. Over 90 charge, 85 Somali ties, 64 convicted, no more alibis. Feeding fake futures, housing phantom poor. Autism kickbacks knocking on justice door. Daycare doors locked, no kids to be found. The leering center, absurdity unbound. Healthcare hustles, education on cons. Additional frauds like endless marital farms. Tampon Tim's tenure of fuel farce. Jazz hands flailing, but the end's not sparse. Hey, hey, ho, ho, this road's gotta go, go. Tampon Tim's jazz hands stealing the show. Somali schemes beyond belief's edge. Justice coming like a sledge. Nick Shirley's light shining bright and true. Citizen journalism seeing us through. Waste of time, waste of lives, waste of the American dream. Walls is watch, what a scream. Illogical leaps, irrational raids on the till. Unrealistic rip-offs giving us the chill. Truth banished from the left, fraud-filled feast. While the beast grows fat on the lease. More fraud uncovered, terror funds flow. Al-Shabaab cash from the taxpayer dough. Charter school cheats, Medicaid mocks. The list keeps growing. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Jazz hands, walls, your dance is done. Justice rising like the morning sun. So here's to you, Somali scam squad, and Tampon Tim too. Your absurdity's epic, but the gig's up, boo-hoo. Nick Shirley's the spark, citizen fire igniting. Justice coming swift, no more hiding or fighting. Stay fraudulent fools, or better yet, face the music reel. 6 minutes of sass, now seal the deal.
From the dusty sands of Iraq to the Holy Land shore, we stood tall against the tyrants, settled in the score. Flying over the desert, fighting for what's right, waving old glory under that desert night.
Terror's got no place in this world we defend. With our allies in Israel, brothers to the end.
Oh, make America great, like Trump always said. Pro-conservative values from heart to head, and a terror and a commie and a lunacy too. Pro-America, pro-flag, red, white, and true. Standing strong with Israel, hand in hand we fight for freedom and faith under God's own light. Saddam's regime crumbled, we brought the light of day. No more hiding in shadows, we pay freedom's way. Trump knew the deal with walls and gold calls, kept the radicals running, built those embassy walls. Our bond with Israel, unbreakable chain against Hamas and hatred, we weather the rain.
Oh, make America great, like Trump always said. Pro-conservative values from heart to head, and our terror, commie, and a lunacy too. Pro-America, pro-flag, red, white, and true. Standing strong with Israel, hand in hand we fight for freedom and faith under God's own light.
No room for the socialists spinning their lies, or the crazies dividing with their wild-eyed cries. We honor our heroes, the ones who gave all for family, for country, answering the call. Trump led the charge with grit and with grace, keeping our nation in its rightful place. From Baghdad to Jerusalem, the eagle soars high with stars on our banner, touching the sky. We'll never back down, no surrender inside.
Pro-Trump, pro-values, we'll win this fight. Oh, make America great, like Trump always said. Pro-conservative values from heart to head, and our terror and our commie and our lunacy too. Pro-America, pro-flag, red, white, and true. Standing strong with Israel, hand in hand we fight for freedom and faith.
Forever inside.
All right, guys, that concludes our broadcast day. This is Starship Adventures. My name's Ian. It's been my pleasure to be your host tonight. I'm glad you're here. And I hope you join us again tonight, since it's after midnight now, tonight on the Sights and Sounds of Earth at 9 p.m. Eastern, right here on Starship Adventures. There's another alert going
Alarm.
off.
Misgav Am.
All right, that's another alarm going off in Israel for a possible attack. All right, so that's going to be it for tonight. Guys, I'm going to go ahead and sign off. It is 12:30 a.m. Eastern Time, and it is 9:30 a.m. on the left coast. And this does conclude our broadcast for tonight. Again, thank you, everybody, for being here. Please have a great night. Sleep tight, and we'll see you guys tomorrow. I hope you have a great, safe tomorrow. Tomorrow night, we're back on, which is actually tonight because it's after midnight, 9 p.m. Eastern, the Sights and Sounds of Earth. We'll see you then. Until then, have a good one. Good night, everybody. 7-3s, KO4 EFS, signing off, QSY.
The